106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Happy Memorial Day weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another Friday night edition of Chicago Corner. Can you see how happy I am tonight? Do you want to know why? Because I spent most of the week, or at least a few hours, down in engineering on the good ship Chicago Corner with Mr. Heller, trying to assess the technical issues that we dealt with on Tuesday, which we hope never to talk about again. Because apparently, thanks to Ed, we discovered that Chrome, the Chrome browser, which StreamYard relies on to operate, to do our show, doesn't play nicely with Mac Big Sur operating system, which is, of course, what I have. So how nice. Everything is running smoothly. We have good video. And I couldn't be more happy that I can do the show without stopping and trying to figure out these issues that impact the production values of the program. So anyway, that's out of the way. We're going to have a nice, smooth show tonight. And I want to introduce and also thank my my master technician, Mr. Heller, down in engineering. Thank you for your service to the Starship Chicago Corner.
Yeah, we had to deal with a whole bunch of sabotage in the systems on Tuesday, and so I'm so much happier tonight that we seem to be out of the woods. But if you guys notice anything at home, just let us know in the live chat if the stream starts getting wonky. I know my upstream, Xfinity likes to mess with me. So if you see me start getting weird or my voice turns into a robot and my screen freezes, please let us know. And thank you very much for your support.
Please let us know if you see the Klingons sabotaging our live stream broadcast.
And also, I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Pizza Friday. I am drinking a nice frosty beverage concoction that I put together, and there might potentially be some alcohol in it.
Oh, speaking of alcohol, just in case we were going to have a problem tonight, I made sure to be ready, but luckily I got the big bottle, Ed. I got the Coke. So probably I should mix a drink as we go into our holiday weekend.
I think we're all set.
This is well earned, let me tell you. By the way, Arturo, I see you out in the chat, and I was going to text you. It's a beautiful Memorial Day weekend. I don't have any plans. Ed, you too. If there's anything going on, we should all get out and enjoy the weather. Hopefully it'll be safe. Now, let me get my drink ready. Oh my God, this is so nice. I can't tell you how nice it is on this end to have figured out these gremlins. And cheers, Chicago. Happy Memorial Day weekend. To a safe Memorial Day weekend to all. Oh, I got ice, Ed. Art, I got ice. So yeah, here we are, and it's Pizza Friday again. I would say normally it's ironic, that Ed's got the food fixation on these food holidays, but every day's a food holiday for Ed. That's why he's constantly fixated on food.
Yes, I'm sad when I'm not able to partake in the food holidays that happen. I mean, there's a lot of Taco Tuesdays where I'm just not able to get to a place to pick up some tacos.
And I saw you order pizza.
I broke down and I'm like, look, I was hungry. I didn't eat lunch. I'm ordering a pizza.
I stopped on the way home and grabbed the delicious Subway sandwich with some raspberry iced tea and some baked potato chips, and I'm all good. I eat light. God, I feel better. Anyway, so
but screw Subway because they're not a sponsor.
Well, they're not a sponsor, but they're good eats, man.
But if you'd like to be a food sponsor, like for local businesses, we'd be willing to take you on as a sponsor. Maybe it depends. Like today I ordered from a local joint called Bartoli's. They come from actually the the Gino's East family, I think. Okay. If I remember correctly. And so usually they're known for deep dish, which they also have, but they got pretty good thin crust too. Yeah. So that's what I got today. Sausage, pepperoni, double pepperoni, and jalapeno. Now, if you... And I know I'm talking a lot here. And if you guys like pepperoni on top, you got to ask for it on top because they don't do that automatically. It's still delicious, though. I'm sure it is. I wish I was there to have some. All right. So before we get into and here's what also makes me very happy this weekend, this Friday night. Aside from one little speed bump, one hiccup, which was actually a pretty serious speed bump. Actually, it was more of a pothole as far as concerns with safety in the city. This has been a really good news week. I was looking at the news stories that we were curating and compiling. Now, short of the one about the vice mayor, some of his finances being a little bit. Let me get the button ready. Oh my God, it's amazing that I can get the stuff up fast. That's what she said.
Tinky. What does that mean? They're tinky.
Aside from the vice mayor's finances being a little bit hinky, which I read the story. I was debating, should we go into that tonight? I want to see how it pans out. I mean, certainly it doesn't smell good. And, it doesn't really have anything to do with Mayor Johnson, although some could opine that, he should have vetted who he wanted in that position a little better, so that there wasn't any kind of stench of corruption around them, that people could, laser focus as like on Johnson as if he's the cause and it's his fault. But the other that develops. Yeah. Well, and then just really quick, the other thing about the vice mayor position is very much of an honorary type of position. He's very likely going to have about as much power as Kamala Harris currently has in the White House. Okay, but let me also say this. He also elected a vice mayor for safety who's going to be very, very busy. We talked about him last show. So it troubles me that the regular vice mayor's position is just, it shouldn't be honorary like you're describing. And if it is, I don't disbelieve what you're saying. I would hope that position holds a little bit more responsibility and I guess what's the word? Not interaction, but engagement than just being an honorary position. There is the possibility that they will go against what they normally do and then he ends up becoming like the bright side version of Dick Cheney in that position, if you know what I mean, where he takes on a lot more roles. But we don't know what that's going to entail in this administration. It's still too early to really know. It is, but again, the fact that this story came up and we were looking, I was looking at it and I'm like, do I want to go into this yet? No. It felt like a hit piece. Well, okay, but not really yet, because the guy was so I forgot how much money, but a lot of money he was supposed to report that he raised in his campaign fund is unaccounted for. Several $100,000. Okay. I don't call that a hit piece, but the article did make a point that unfortunately all politicians and elected officials are not accountable in the way that he's not accountable for this. They can't subpoena, what did they say? They can't subpoena his bank records to figure out where that money went that he claims he went in and put in investment funds as he was allowed to. But then it has the appearance of impropriety in the way, he managed his campaign. It has the appearance of embezzlement, is what it has the appearance of. So that's the word I was looking for. Let's hope that he answers the phone. because apparently he wasn't taking calls and had no comment. And everybody out there, you know how much we don't like public officials that hide behind doors and don't pick up their phones and don't give comments. So we'll let that one ride this week, but I am going to pay attention to it, and we'll get into more detail in the future. But before we get into the other good news this week, I'm going to present. Remember last week we did the time machine with Brandon Johnson 10 years ago, where he really showed not only does he talk the talk, but he walks the walk as far as everything he was sharing at that panel discussion on Mayor Rahm Emanuel, who's dubbed Mayor 1%, with Carrie Lader's book Mayor 1%, and Johnson was talking about all these issues that he did run on this election. It's funny because all the stuff he talked about back then, had he been in a position to run, Lori Lightfoot was the speed bump that everybody thought would be the placeholder to like maybe enact a lot of those policies that had to do with reform and school closings and having a better playing relationship with the Chicago Teachers Union, which of course she didn't. God, it feels so good that she's gone, Ed. It really does. It's like I'm looking at the news, and of course there are the hit pieces on Johnson because there's still a lot of sore losers. It's too early to see if there's going to be trouble, but I think he's off to a decent start.
Yeah,
short of the story we just mentioned with his vice mayor. But here's another time machine video that I found. So apparently this was produced 4 years ago. This is what I'm sharing in our show thumbnail of our last jab at Palos Paul. Now, this piece that was produced, I guess, by the GreekReporter.com, of course, focusing on Palos Paul's Greek roots, okay, which, I'm proud to be a Greek. Unfortunately, just because I'm a Greek doesn't mean that I'm going to support everything that a potentially corrupt Greek is engaged in. I don't think anybody should carry water for their gender, their religion, their nationality, their ethnic background of someone who shares that, just because you share that. You need to hold everybody equally accountable. So, Greek Reporter produced this piece 4 years ago, and friend of the show. Oh my gosh, why am I spacing out on our friend's name? My God, I'm having a senior moment here. Nimesh Patel, okay, friend of the show, Nimesh, shared this with me, and I thought I needed to share it with all of you. Now, I did do my own little super edit on this, so I'm not presenting it exactly the way the Greek Reporter presented it. I'm presenting it with my own editorial, but I hope you all enjoy this look past, hey Oreo, at Palos Paul. Before we learned everything we learned about him this election cycle, or kind of knew, kind of had a suspicion about. Here we go. Oh, this is hilarious.
To meet the Greek American who has been rising in local politics. In fact, Paul Vallas might be the next mayor.
He's rising, all right. He looks like he's the creature from the Black Lagoon, rising out of the swamp.
I was wondering why that seemed familiar to me.
Yeah, he's just like,
I watched too much.
All right, I'll try not to interrupt this anymore. But rising out of the corrupt swamp of Lake Michigan. All right, here we go.
Of the Windy City.
I'm not part of the pay-to-play political culture here. Crime is rising, police department's been degraded, taxes and fees have been increased to record levels. This entire government is dominated by this pay-to-play political culture. The schools have lost 100,000 students. We have decaying infrastructure. Elected officials achieve public office, and then they make money on the side. The city is in a severe financial crisis.
We keep receipts.
I think what my Greek heritage has given me is a couple things. First of all, the work ethic. We don't retire. My father worked until he was over 80. Greeks thrive in every community. We adapt. We are accepting. I grew up in a house where I never heard a racial slur or an ethnic slur.
Running for mayor, right?
I am, of course.
My man.
They got all the money. You know, they don't want a candidate like me running.
I already know you did a good job in the school system.
Okay? Hey, thank you, buddy. Be safe, all right? My wife was a police officer. My children were public servants. We're a family of public servants. It made me even more determined to run for public office because I felt there was more to do.
His name is Paul Vallas. He's running for mayor.
The kids look frightened.
I'm running for 3 reasons.
Terrified.
There's no candidate for mayor who has my ability to go in to the toughest of financial situations. I've done this in 4 different states. I've done this abroad in countries like Haiti and Chile. I've balanced 17 multi-billion-dollar budgets.
Sure he has.
I was the city budget director in the 90s during a period of financial stability and economic prosperity. So I know how to run the city.
Yeah.
Okay, so
well they kicked him out.
here comes the punchline. How they got this cameo, how they got this endorsement at the end of this video had to cost a lot of money. But enjoy.
Vallas?
That's why I'm running. That's why I believe I'm the strongest candidate. And I want to thank you for the privilege of participating today.
Here we go. Come on.
So is it that tough to get into politics today?
People are thinking politically, not in terms of service and solution. And Paul is a service and solution man. I have enormous respect for Paul. What he's got is that will of service. It's everything that we miss in politics today. Where there was no system, to build that foundation begins with a Paul Vallas.
You dick!
Excuse me, sir. This is our pizza. This is our time.
Mr. Hand.
Mr. Hand.
Wow. NATO puppet and Ukrainian Nazi sympathizer Sean Penn, who I've always thought was a great actor. Okay.
He's a tool.
But he's a tool right now. He thinks he's James Bond running on the other side of the world, getting involved in CIA operations. I mean, there's been a lot of speculation. He's been like running interference because of his celebrity, that the CIA and the spooks have recruited him as some kind of a I don't know, like celebrity. Celebrity.
When I say he's a tool, I'm not just calling, just making a derogatory comment. He is literally a tool, a puppet of the state. He's acting that way. He's an actor. He's a paid actor to be a puppet of the state.
Yeah. Yeah. So Art asks, wait, is Sean Penn talking about Paul Vallas or another Paul?
I don't know.
The fact that the Greek reporter was there and it's the same host, Art.
Which other Paul would it be?
I don't know. Perhaps Sean Penn is talking about the Paul that greased his palm.
I wonder if they just did a bunch of takes with him with different people's names.
Who knows? I mean, the fact that the host from the Greek reporter was there, what does Sean Penn know about? Here's how I think this went down. I think that the Greek report, I mean, maybe they've got friends in Los Angeles. Somebody knew Sean Penn. They're like, hey, would you do an endorsement for this guy? And look, at the time, Paul Vallas was a cause de célèbre, if that's the word you use, because of his affiliations with Arnie Duncan and the charter school systems that, were being introduced in Chicago and charter school systems being introduced elsewhere. He was clearly someone who was embraced by Mayor 1% in the past. Mm-hmm. So, Penn is a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, but not the Democrat that we think the Democrats should be. The Democratic Party right now, as we've said many times, is neoliberal, which is a stone's throw from being conservative these days, because it's all pro-business, anti-work, anti-labor, which is surprising given the fact that, entertainers have their labor unions to protect them, as we're seeing with the WGA strike. But I don't know, man. I think that because Penn is so affiliated with the Democratic Party and the left, somehow or another, because of Paul's affiliation. Oh, I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. Who's the big power agent out in Los Angeles, Ed?
Oh, Ari Emanuel?
And who's Ari Emanuel related to?
Well, we know who.
Ambassador Fuckface.
Ambassador F-Face, and also the doctor, what's his name? Zeke.
Yeah.
I would like to thank the great mayor of the city of Chicago, Mayor Emanuel, for help making this happen today.
Ari Emanuel is the super agent in Los Angeles, right? Rahm Emanuel in Chicago, ties with Paul Vallas. I think somebody made a phone call. I think that's what that could have been about. I'm just speculating here. I don't see any other explanation.
Yeah, and if it wasn't Sean Penn, it would have been Jeremy Piven.
He's had quite a scandalous.
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't get Piven.
Right. All right, so that's what I teased on Tuesday, that I was so frustrated I couldn't present, along with unfortunately sabotaging the rest of Ed's program because of my technical issues. But I hope you all enjoyed it. I got a good laugh from it, and I wanted to thank our friend of the show for sharing it with us, because man, oh man, what a hoot to see Jeff Spicoli, Mr. Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah, that was something.
Endorsing, yeah,
like,
it sure was.
Like, what the hell's he doing on the end of this?
Real, well, because Palos Paul is such a local politician. So it's like, why?
But why Sean Penn? I mean, is Sean Penn some big Greek actor that?
No,
I mean,
he's not even Greek. I don't think. Yeah, the Greeks would have claimed him if he was. I haven't heard any claims to Sean Penn being Greek. Anyway,
like Penn is short for Pentopoulos or something. I don't know.
Oh, I'm feeling so happy that the show is running smoothly.
Well,
so happy.
You mean technologically wise?
Well, yeah, and otherwise.
No, it's not okay. It's not too bad. I mean, this is far and away a vast improvement from Tuesday's broadcast.
Well, remember, Kathy mentioned in the chat, Jerry looks pissed. Oh, I was, Kathy. Oh, was I pissed, because we can't just riff and stream and just do our fun stuff here as we're talking about the news stories. We're always, oh my God, is the video going to buffer? Is everything going to run fine? So I also want to send a big shout out and thanks to Chrome that can't get their shit together with their browser working on.
Yeah, thanks
Mac
Google.
Big Sur, which is I think 2 or 3 operating systems back. But whatever. Let's see who's in the live chat tonight. Thank you for joining us, everybody.
The usual suspects, I think.
Yes, Kathy Powers. Thank you for joining us tonight, Kathy. Art. Let's talk after the show. I want to get out and do something fun this nice weekend. We got 10 viewers right now watching us live via StreamYard's reporting. We got Where a Pilgrim in the chat. We got Half Clever. Thanks for joining us. We've got, did we start this Rockfin?
We did. I started it a few seconds late, but it's going.
You're a miracle worker, Mr. Heller.
I was like, oh crap, did I hit the Rockfin button? And I was like, oh yeah, okay. So yeah, I got it during the opening. So it basically what it does is if I hit the start button late, it just streams and buffers it later. So if you're watching on Rockfin and want to skip ahead, but why the hell would you skip ahead? You can click over to the live part to get us right when we're streaming. But it just gives you a smoother streaming experience right now because you got about 20 seconds of buffering in there.
Okay.
But nobody's chatting at us on Rockfin, but they do have a chat function, which I think works best in the desktop browser.
Yeah, and we've got Dominic Palella also in the live chat. Constituentpolling.org, one of our biggest and favorite. No, they're all favorites, but one of our biggest supporters who gave us a nice donation last year as we were getting off the ground and has continued his support as a Patreon patron. So, Dominic, good to see you. I'm sure he'll have some comments to chime in as we go into tonight's stories. Oh, you want to share our website?
Yes. I just wanted to let everybody know we got a wonderful website that some weird dude who likes pizza put together. And you can find it at chicagocornertv.com. And if you accidentally type chicagocorner.tv, it'll get you there as well. And
we thought of everything.
And you can, and if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll see I got a spot for you that says "Get your Brandon Bingo card here." And you click on the link, and it takes you to the Brandon Bingo card. It loads up one of several available Brandon Bingo cards. Everybody gets Fix the Potholes in the center square, but the rest of them, there's about 25 different things that we figured, things we think might happen in the first 30 days during Brandon Johnson's new mayoral administration. And so each result is just in a different location on the different cards. So, for example, we already know he did an executive order, so I got that checked off.
Yeah, well, let's say
that you want to get into the first story before.
The reason I said everybody should crack out their Brandon Bingo cards is because Mayor Johnson had his first city council meeting on Wednesday, and this is the good news. Ed, let's bring the picture up from that story, as reported by Block Club Chicago, Quinn Myers. How about this? We thought that Council Wars 2 was going to start Wednesday, but there seemed to be very smooth alignment and, dare I say, cooperation with Mayor Johnson's proposals that his picks to lead committees. Anyway, Blog Club Chicago shares Alder people approve Johnson's picks to lead council committees, ending short-lived bid for legislative independence. Alder people overwhelmingly supported a city council leadership structure backed by Johnson less than 2 months after attempting to install their own committee chairs. We were speculating that Ray Lopez was going to lead Council Wars 2, basically sitting in for Ed Verdoliak when he led Council Wars 1 against Mayor Harold Washington. And Lopez was left on the side licking his wounds. And we'll get to that in a little while, too, because I love those tweets that you shared with me, Ed, regarding Raylo on the sidelines, crying. He can't be left out. Anyway, back the wrong horse, Ray. All right, so Alder people approved Mayor Brandon Johnson's choices Wednesday to lead the city council's legislative committees for the next 4 years, officially killing a bid for independence that sprung up days before the April 4th runoff. And I think that bid for independence had more to do with incumbent Alder people wanting to retain their clutch on power, even though I guess the power that they were given so long as they brown-nosed Mayor Lightfoot. Right? They complained about her. They virtue signaled, but then they pretty much rubber stamped most of what she was doing, along with what happened Mayor Rahm Emanuel before her. And I think that as Kathy shared, Angela Clay, I believe it was Kathy, who said the party's over in city council as far as corrupt Alder people exerting their will instead of working with the mayor or brown-nosing the mayor so that they could get what they want and not be accountable. I think Johnson is showing some strong leadership here. And I think the fact that they trusted his picks too says a lot. I think it says a lot.
Yeah,
Following go ahead.
Pretty good news, I think, initially.
You think what?
Initially, I think it's pretty good news, just the entire vibe of the
that's what it is.
First meeting.
The vibes you're getting. It's like there's no fighting. They're like, you want to do okay, there's some. Okay, there's a little bit. But it seems like they have some respect for him and they realize that, like it or not, this guy's going to be leading the city and they have to work with him and not I guess give him a chance too. He doesn't come in office with any baggage aside from that the press was flinging at him.
Yeah, I mean, most and all of that they basically aired out during the campaigns. I mean, I don't think there's too much really in his past to be extremely worried about. For him being mayor now. I think at most so far, I've just seen a few people trying to throw a couple roadblocks in just to see where the line is or where its line's going to get drawn, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe that's what the whole spotlight on his vice mayor is about, because clearly the water bill issue didn't stick prior to the election, Brandon Johnson's water and utility bill issues, because everybody can relate to that because our utilities are fucking out of control. And thankfully, Cub had something to say about that also in a story that's coming up later in the program, which I think is more good news that you're all going to embrace if their recommendations actually hold some water. No pun intended there, but following some tepid debate, Alder people voted 41-9 in favor of the new committee leadership posts and assignments proposed by Johnson. The new structure boosts the number of council committees from 19 to 20 and installs close Johnson allies in powerful posts. Alderman Pat Dowell of the 3rd will lead the Finance Committee. Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa of the 35th will head the Zoning Committee. And Alderman Jason Irvin of the 28th will chair the Budget Committee. Dowell and Ramirez Rosa backed Johnson ahead of the February 28th mayoral election, and Irvin endorsed him during the April 4th runoff. The council also approved Alderman Walter Burnett of the 27th as the city's first black vice mayor. Now, this is the guy that they were focusing on with the financial the potential financial scandal there with his mismanagement of his campaign funds. Historically, a mostly symbolic role, Cranes reported Wednesday Burnett's new position could come with a staff and a budget, unlike recent past vice mayors, which I think is good, so long as all that money is accounted for.
Yeah, that's the thing. And maybe that's what they're worried about now that he's going to be getting a budget. They want to make sure that they count every penny that he's spending out of his. Yeah.
Good idea. Burnett was stripped of his chairmanship of the council's committee on pedestrian and traffic safety under the restructure. And this shows the votes that Ed's got up there. Wednesday's vote follows months of political machinations, or do you say machinations, between alderpeople and most recently the incoming Johnson administration over the balance of power in the city's legislative branch. The city council has historically been a rubber stamp for the mayor, who usually appoints political allies as committee chairs. Committee leaders hold enormous power over whether an ordinance receives a hearing and vote in the council. In March, alderpeople approved a controversial plan to increase the number of city council committees from 19 to 28 and to choose leaders from their own ranks in a bid to declare independence from the mayor's office. I guess I can kind of understand why they wanted to do that, Ed, because Lightfoot was so much of an authoritarian that anyone that she picked, they realized they would not have any kind of conversation or debate with. But I think granting Johnson these selections speaks more to their trust in him that he's not Lightfoot.
And he's asking who voted no.
Oh, okay.
Well, on the screen, I think it shows us the 9 people.
Anthony Beale, Marty Quinn, Raylo, David Squeaky Moore, Silvana Tabares, Scott Wagaspak, that party traitor, the progressive party traitor, Scott Wagaspak.
He didn't want to lose his position.
Yeah. Anthony Napolitano, Brendan Riley, and of course,
Aldermort
Jim Gardner, who is under other investigations now. There was so much to cover tonight. I saw your link about Jim Gardner. We'll maybe get to that in the future.
It's not, honestly, they still haven't indicted him yet, so we got time.
But they're digging up more dirt on him. I mean, digging more dirt on him that's basically opening up the grave for his political career, I think, if any of this stuff sticks and they manage to make it stick.
Okay. By the way, can I suggest that from this point forward, we call David Moore David Point du Sable Lake Moore Drive?
We could do that too. But he's got a very, am I allowed to do this? He's got a very squeaky voice. That's why I call him David Squeaky Moore. But yeah, David Moore, David Point du Sable Moore, or Lakeshore Drive Moore, was the alderman who decided it was worth more of his time to virtue signal and change the name of Lakeshore Drive, which had no racial denomination or didn't pander to a white historical figure or a black historical figure. It was just Lakeshore Drive, is sung about by Eliota Haynes and Jeremiah.
Great song.
Oh my God. Every time I think of Lakeshore Drive, I think of that song. And it's like, it's not supposed to be named after anybody. It's a roadway along the lakeshore for everybody. There should be no political connotations to it. No political points.
I guess we should be happy they didn't try to sell the naming rights of the drive.
Yeah, well, you got
then we'd have like Bank of America Lakeshore Drive or something.
That would have been if Rahm Emanuel had run for another term.
Well, that would be Citibank Lakeshore Drive.
Yeah. So back to the article, Wednesday's vote follows months of political machinations between alderpeople and more recently the incoming Johnson administration over the balance of power in the city's legislative branch. The city council has historically been a rubber stamp for the mayor, who usually appoints political allies as committee chairs. Committee leaders hold enormous power over whether an ordinance receives a hearing and a vote in the council. Okay, they do. So them granting him this, I think, shows, again, respect and some trust. In March, alderpeople approved a controversial plan to increase the number of, or he selected people that they knew would be doing things properly, as opposed to political appointees that someone like Lightfoot would have put in, not only to drive her own agenda, but the agendas of donors, business people that she had affiliations with, as opposed to actually doing shit for the neighborhoods that the alderpeople are trying to fight for with their residents. Increase the number of city council subcommittees from 19 to 28 and to choose leaders from their own ranks in a bid to declare independence from the mayor's office. But Johnson this month proposed his own plan to install many of his allies to lead council committees and to keep the number of committees at 20. Now, his allies also have a lot of progressive affiliations, right? So we know that there were a lot of progressive alder people voted in to replace a lot of incumbents. So that also, I think, attests to the cooperation here in that they recognize he's appointing allies to a lot of the causes that some of these new progressive alder people are going to be fighting for.
Yeah, there's definitely a shift in city council toward the left, which I think is good news. Now, not everybody's going to be happy about that, but let's give them some time to put their ideas into motion and see what happens. Yeah, I know we could probably hit a whole bunch of red flags and roadblocks, and people are already complaining about a budget plan that isn't even Brandon's, that they're saying is his.
You're talking about Crane's?
I'm talking about almost every major media outlet.
Well, pro-business major media
But
outlet.
yeah, I mean, sure.
But Crane's, Ed shared some Crane's articles where they're already bitching and moaning about tax ideas, and that was in the show notes, but we went long, and I'm like, we talked about Crane's last week, and the story about the financial transaction tax and Crane's taking, kicking and screaming about what taxes Johnson might present to balance things.
And Pritzker's already punted that idea, so we're not going to see it. We're not going to see it anytime soon.
The transaction tax.
Yeah.
But the article you shared went into a lot of good detail. I think that sheds a lot of light on why. Very briefly, Governor Pritzker stated that, if we enact the financial transaction tax, it means more businesses are going to want to run away from Chicago. No, they're not. I think that's a lame excuse.
All the Wall Street hedge weasels who are already screwing us just don't want to pay anything else to anyone because it cuts into their profit margin. And so they will find any way to get around it, and they will look for any loophole they possibly can. So I say, why don't all local governments, not just Chicago, decide together, band together and say, look, we're going to all do this in every city, in every state with our financial tax situation, and they're not going to be able to just jump to another city and get away with this crap.
Well, red states clearly would not play nice with that. I mean, they'd all run to Florida to Ron DeSantis's backyard.
That's probably, until Florida falls into the ocean, which is any day now.
Pretty much. That's a good point. If all states said, a financial transaction tax makes sense because these hedge weasels have more money than they can literally spend in 4 or 5 lifetimes.
Yeah.
So this financial transaction tax, which is giving back, they just don't want to pay any tax on anything because they're the elites. They think they're better than everybody else. They play with numbers and computers and know how to manipulate markets and our savings and our investments to benefit themselves without the SEC providing any oversight because they're in bed with them. It's a class war right now.
It is.
It can't be any plainer than that. When you see what's happening in the markets, when you see what was happening prior to Brandon Johnson's inauguration, as far as the assault on schools, all the pro-business people running behind Palos Paul because they saw all the privatization opportunities he was going to give them. It's a class war. It's the haves wanting to continue to enlarge the divide between the haves and the have-nots. And for all of you out there that, might think you have a lot of money and I'm taking an aim at you, you don't. I'm talking about the 1%ers. I'm not talking about people who've done moderately well, fairly well. I don't even know that there is really a legitimate middle class anymore with everybody struggling the way that they are. And if there is a middle class, that middle class is hanging on for dear life by their fingernails.
Yeah.
With the costs of housing, the cost of living, the overtaxation, and those who make the most money in the financial sectors and Wall Street and banks that don't want to pay their fair share of taxes are getting along just fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ed.
It's just weird that none of them are familiar with the French Revolution.
Not yet. We've been following what's been happening over in France with great interest.
Light your torches and go!
I saw Ed disappear from his seat. I tried to let it.
I'm still here.
Oh, I was going to let the clip go long until maybe I thought you were getting some kind of a prop or something.
I had to get my Revolution beverage refill. Okay.
All right. So yeah. Anyway,
take your torches and go.
Land of the free.
Notably ousted from the new leadership structure was Progressive Party cult traitor Alderman Scott Waguespack, 32nd, chair of the powerful Finance Committee and one of the organizers of the push for independence this spring. Speaking on the council floor Wednesday, Waguespack gave what amounted to a resignation speech from the Finance Committee, which he took over 4 years ago from indicted and now retired and Alderman Ed Burke, our friend Arturo Medina's former boss. Working together with the city finance and budget teams, I'm proud that we have built the fiscal stability in the city not seen in years, Waguespack said, reading from a prepared statement. I will continue to serve as a voice for integrity, independence, and reform in the city council, as I always have, and I hope to forge a productive working relationship with the new administration. Waguespack ran as a progressive and became one of Lightfoot's greatest allies. And we know Lightfoot was no progressive. She ran on her progressive bona fides and then pulled the rug out from under all of us, reneging on all the reform promises she made as a progressive. All right, so Ed's got something up here. Can you read this for us?
This is from Alex Nitkin, and he is it's not coming up. It says here are the committee assignments alders are about to vote on. Still waiting on the rules of procedure that were just approved.
Oh.
And we don't have to go through these, but this you guys can see that. This article is in the show notes.
Waguespack was ultimately one of the 9 alder people to vote against Johnson's leadership picks. Also in opposition was Alderman David Baptiste Pointe du Sable Lakeshore Drive Moore.
No, wait, hold on. It's David Pointe du Sable Lake Moore Drive. That's I still have to practice.
Do you see what a mouthful that is? Why would they expect us to call Lakeshore Drive put all that stuff preceding it, whether it was Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable or Christopher Columbus, doesn't belong there. Nothing belongs before Lakeshore Drive. I'll get off that soapbox. Anyway, also in opposition was Alderman David Moore of the 17th, who decried the restructuring as undemocratic and said he and others were left out of the conversation around council power. He urged alderpeople in Johnson to tear up the committee plan and start again. I know I'm not supposed to his voice. You have to include everybody, and we cannot go beyond. Just imagine me reading this in kind of like a who does he sound like? Well, if you've heard what he sounds like, you can imagine how this comes out. You have to include everybody, and we cannot go behind closed doors. You cannot cut deals with certain people to give you certain positions just to say yes, Moore said. Ironically, there was a tweet.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah, why don't you pop that up regarding David Moore? It's in the show notes. Not sure which one it is.
Where the hell is it? I had it.
Was it Jim Daly who reported? Let me see here. Some screen grabs. No, Jim Daly, that's the Raylo tweet. Jinx Press. It's not Jinx Press. Let's see if it's Heather Sharon, one of Heather Sharon's tweets. And then
I had it in the Slack earlier, but I don't remember which one it was.
Well, there was something.
Maybe it's in Heather Sharon's timeline.
Yeah. Do you have Slack open on that end?
Yeah, let me see if I've got. Hold on a second.
David Pointe-du-Sable, Lakemore Drive.
Yes.
So, also, Dominic shares, shouldn't a financial transaction tax be a federal law if it involves interstate commerce? It's a good point. Dominic's a smart guy.
Yeah, I guess, ideally it would be a federal situation and then it could get distributed to the states. But our national Congress is not going to do anything like that.
Our national Congress, let's just call them out for what they are. Bought and paid for whores. No offense to sex workers. They're just both sides. It's just show me the money. Show me the money. They're never going to pass something like this as long as their lobbyists are making sure that they don't. And it sounds like Ed's got the tweet. Now let me set it up again. Also in opposition was Alderman David Moore of the 17th, who decried the restructuring as undemocratic and said he and others were left out of the conversation around council power. He urged alderpeople in Johnson to tear up the committee plan and start again. You have to include everybody. We cannot go behind closed doors. You cannot cut deals with certain people to give you certain positions just to say yes, Moore said. What does Heather Sharon share? Take it away, Ed.
Heather Sharon tweets, in 2018, Alderman David Moore cast the lone vote against the Obama Presidential Center because it included $175 million in state funds to reroute the roads through Jackson Park, and he wanted money to fix curbless streets in Englewood. Now she's retweeting Maria Woelfel, who says Alderman David Moore on 330 says, "You can't buy me. I ain't got a price," on his opposition to committee structure. And then on 524, he says, "They have to give me $10 million to rebuild that field house. That's what will get my vote on spending $51 million on the migrant crisis."
I've through my travels through the city, Ed, every signage now pointing to Lakeshore Drive has now been replaced with Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable, Lakeshore Drive. Do you know how much money that had to cost? Do you know how much money was wasted? He's worried about repaving the curbless streets in Englewood. Do you know how much money was spent on those signs to rename Lakeshore Drive?
I'm looking.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money. A lot of money and a lot of misplaced priorities to virtue signal on Chicago's original settler who deserves all the recognition and accolades and honor that he earned. But there are a lot of monuments to Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable and other buildings and other civic buildings named after him.
Okay, now Lightfoot said initially it was going to be $500,000. I'm looking at a WBEZ article, which is behind a paywall.
Maybe we can pull up the.
Let me see if I can pull up the archive for
the
that.
archive. Yeah. See if that gives us the information.
See if the amount changed, which it very likely did.
You know it did. It couldn't have been less.
They can't possibly. Oh, but they really didn't archive that? Okay, we'll have to come back to that in a minute.
All right. Suffice it to say, David Moore, who claims he can't be bought, can be bought. The foundation is wrong, and I hope we could go back, tear this up, and have a process that's fair, a process that's clear when selecting our chairman with the input of this great mayor. Oh, now he's this great mayor. Didn't Moore support Palos Paul?
Yeah, he did.
Alderman Marty Quinn of the 13th also voted against the measure Wednesday. In a rare public comment March 30th, Quinn spoke in favor of the council selecting its own leaders. Under the plan, the Southwest Side alderperson would have chaired the newly created Committee on Executive Appointments, a committee which will not be created under Johnson's committee structure. In a statement Wednesday, Quinn said the committee assignments as backed by Johnson didn't square with his support for a strong and independent city council. I'm proud of our collaborative effort and historic attempt to establish ourselves as a co-equal branch of city government, the statement read. I thought we may see a competing proposal when we elected a new mayor, and I cannot support one that does not represent an independent effort. Well, you know what? Apparently, 41 alder people think it was a fair proposal and a fair effort, as opposed to the 9 that voted against it. So for him to claim that, let me get back down to this, a competing proposal, that this does not represent an independent effort, 41 alder people think it does. Sorry, Marty. After the committee structure passed, Alderman Anthony Beal of the 9th, who voted against the measure, abruptly announced he was resigning from the council's zoning committee, an apparent response to Ramirez Rosa taking over its leadership. Let's go back to the Blog Club Chicago article to get to our favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Our favorite alder person who there we go. There he is in all of his wheelbarrow-less glory.
That's oatmeal, everyone.
I prefer to imagine it's something else.
Well, you can imagine, but it is oatmeal.
But numerous,
at least the way Ray makes it.
Are you suggesting it tastes like shit too?
I don't know.
But numerous city council members who backed the independence bid in March also voted in favor of Johnson's committee leaders Wednesday, including Ramirez Rosa, who on top of zoning chair is set to become Johnson's council floor leader. In March, Ramirez Rosa spoke in support of allowing council members to appoint their own committee chairs, saying it would lead to historic levels of diversity among council leadership. Well, that's when Lori Lightfoot was running things. After Wednesday's vote, Ramirez Rosa touted Johnson's unity plan in a text message as, quote, now the most diverse and progressive leadership structure adopted in our city's history. On Wednesday, he cast one of the 41 votes in support of Johnson's plan. Alderman Michelle Harris of the 8th, one of the backers of the independent council structure, also voted in support. Harris will continue to chair the city council's rules committee. Alderman Andre Vasquez of the 40th will chair the committee on immigration and refugee rights. As the arrival of thousands of migrants built into a humanitarian crisis, the committee went more than a year without meeting under former chair Alderman Ariel Raboyras of the 30th. In the last term, there were committees that had budgets that didn't meet at all. Vasquez said Wednesday he acknowledges some of the new committee chairs had less council experience than veterans who were shut out of leadership posts. He urged the chairs to work hard and show more urgency in taking on pressing issues. I believe in seniority, but I also believe in labor, Vasquez said. Both O'Shea and Vasquez voted in favor of the new committee assignments. The full list of committees and their new approved leaders can be seen in the link to this story in our show notes on Blog Club Chicago. But Ed, if you could quickly scroll down there, I'm not going to put them all out, but they do, you can briefly see all the different committees. I guess there are 20 of them.
Yeah. Committee on Aviation. Nice.
Budget and Government Operations, Committee on Rules, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
There's 20.
15, 17, 18. Yeah, that's what Johnson cut it down to.
Yeah.
All right. So off to a pretty good start with the cooperation. But it is funny to see, the few older people like Raylo and Moore kicking and screaming.
I found out the information about renaming Lakeshore Drive.
Oh, you found out how much it actually ended up costing.
I couldn't find it through BEZ, but a Sun-Times article from May of 2021, from almost like May 25th, 2021. So almost 2 years ago, said $2.5 million altogether.
That's a lot of money.
What they should have done after the budget went up from $500,000.
$1 million.
It's a lot of money.
No, 2.5, Dr. Evil. All right, so as we go into Memorial Day weekend, which has tragically been known to be a kickoff to more violence and violent crime in Chicago, more gun violence, Mayor Johnson stepped up efforts in violence prevention to get $2.5 million ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. Mayor John's violence prevention efforts get $2.5 million ahead of Memorial Day weekend, Mayor Brandon Johnson announces. Now, we have a video here that was shared by the city of Chicago. And Ed, if you can bring that video up. Just scroll to 17.10 minutes in, because there was a lot of pre-roll.
Yep. Where is that one? That one is, okay, I got it.
Yeah. So we will hear Mayor Johnson presenting how violence prevention efforts will be addressed with the injection of $2.5 million ahead of the Memorial Day weekend and our summer vacation season.
Okay.
I think 17:10 is when the audio starts, and then you can hear him.
Yeah, I've got it. Okay. If it'll play.
Thank you very much. Hey,
good afternoon, everyone. All right, try that one more time here. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Alderman.
The button on the play pause button on here is a little wonky, so if you need me to pause something, let me know. But I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to rewind.
Oh, no problem. We don't need to rewind. I mean, I think Johnson is somebody who I don't feel like we need to interrupt a lot to correct.
No, he's fairly succinct in his statements. So
straightforward.
Yeah.
But also, I want to really quickly say, hey, Uncle Warren's joined us tonight. Hey, New York fam. I don't know if you've moved yet, Warren. I know that you took that new job. Congratulations on that. I hope it's all going well. And we look forward to catching up with you. But without further ado, we will now get back to Mayor Johnson.
Yancey, for welcoming us to your ward today. And, of course, everyone who is joining us. We have with us our interim police superintendent, Fred Waller, fire commissioner, Annette Nancy Holt, DK's first deputy commissioner, Jennifer Johnson Washington. Bright Star Church pastor Chris Harris is with us. Charles Smith of CS Insurance Strategies. Esther Franco Payne and Jai Jones, thank you for joining us today. Matt DiMatteo is with us today. Martin Cabrera, Rob Castaneda, to our good sister and friend, Tamar Manasseh is with us. Ken Meyer, the interim OMC director, Jose Tarado is here. Thank you to our park commissioner, Rosa Escareno, CPS CEO, Pedro Martinez, Chicago Teachers Union president, Stacey Davis Gates. Is Stacia Scott here from Local 73? Hey, what's up? Stacia's here. We have Gary in Gatewood. Is he wearing the bow tie, though? That's the key. All right. You know, brothers get appointed, they start to show off real fast, don't they? We have our CPD PH Deputy Commissioner Matt Richards, Jennifer Johnson, Deputy Mayor of Education, Youth and Human Services. And then I have several pastors with me today, Pastor Michael Eady, Charlie Dates, Ira Ackery, and we have a couple of bishops with us today as well, Larry Trotter and Simon Gordon. You know, we've all come together today to announce that our city is well prepared for Memorial Day. This weekend, of course, is a time in which we honor those who've given their lives in defense of our country. And while we celebrate these heroes, many Chicagoans and visitors will be enjoying fun activities. And of course, for our residents and visitors and families will be here to enjoy this beautiful city. So first, I want to share that my administration's top priority is making sure that there is a comprehensive whole of government strategy across our city that is keeping everyone safe. We are working hard to implement a seamless and coordinated response wherever that is needed. At every city leader, of course, every community leader that is standing with me today represents a layer of that response. So we have a number of exciting events this weekend to kick off this season. And that's starting with our 10K race at Soldier Field. Then we're going to have, of course, the Memorial Day parade, which will be along State Street. It will step off at noon. And you don't want to miss the fireworks at Navy Pier at 10 p.m. This weekend, the soul of Chicago will be on display for residents, families, and visitors who get to enjoy many different opportunities, like the opening of the March on Washington exhibit at the DuSable Black History Museum.
See, he's got a museum.
Music Festival in Grant Park, or the Belmont and Sheffield Music Festival. And that's just to name a few. People can also kick back and enjoy the beauty of our city at the lakefront beaches, which are officially opening for the season on tomorrow.
Can you pause that?
And of course, for our students and families.
Did you hear that?
That sounds like, is that Jurassic Park over there?
It doesn't sound like fireworks. It sounds like mortar rounds.
What the hell?
Oh no, it's fireworks. I see it up in the sky to my
someone's shooting off Roman candles by you.
That's a little loud for Roman candles. But the reason I asked you to pause it wasn't because of the seeming war zone in my neighborhood. He references the beaches, and unfortunately, speaking of explosions, this couldn't come fast enough because of an incident that happened today at North Avenue Beach that we'll get into. Oh, fireworks at Warren Park. Okay, that's what. Thank you, Dominic. I live right near Warren Park. I'm at Devon and Western. Okay. But yeah, the reason I asked you to pause it is we're going to get into that also, because this couldn't come soon enough in regards to what happened at North Avenue Beach. Thankfully, there were no injuries, no fatalities, but I did want to mention we're going to get to that in a moment. Wow. I'm looking to the north out my window, and I'm imagining scenes from Saving Private Ryan with the sky lighting up, but I don't see the fireworks.
Yeah, well, you know how fireworks displays happen. They basically wait until it's finally dark enough, and then they start launching them. So it's 8:38 p.m. Chicago Central Time,
and it's dark.
And it's getting dark, so they're lighting them up. At least it's fireworks, though.
Yeah,
right.
Happy to know that. I was like, oh my God,
there's other cracks. Yeah, there's other cracks and booms we hear from time to time late in the evening, and I wish we heard a few less of those.
Right in the alley behind me, we've had 2 shootings over the past couple years. Anyway, let's get back to Mayor Johnson.
Chicago Public Schools is working with community-based organizations to host a variety of free community events this weekend, including movie screenings, sports tournaments, arts and crafts, talent shows, and much more. CPS, the Chicago Teachers Union, SEIU Local 73 have been instrumental in creating safe spaces for young people this weekend. And I want to thank those staff, as well as the administrations, for dedicating themselves to opening up neighborhood schools for activities designed to promote peace and, of course, to support our young people. This weekend shows that what can be made possible with genuine partnership and collaboration between the city, organized labor, community organizations, and youth leaders. However you decide to spend your holiday weekend in Chicago, your safety is my top priority. And to that end, our public safety agencies have plans in place for the weekend and summer months to ensure that everyone can enjoy our city in peace.
So here comes the safety.
I'll give you just a few highlights. So Chicago's Office of Emergency Management and Communications is activating its Emergency Operations Center for the weekend, and they are ready to monitor citywide events as well as weather conditions, and will coordinate public safety responses and resources wherever they are needed. CPD will increase its presence this weekend to maintain public safety, especially at large events and gatherings. This center will also ensure enhanced citywide coordination amongst CPD, CFD, and OEMC, and all other city departments, agencies, and partners. It's going to take all of us, not just the police, not just city government, to ensure that our communities can live and thrive in peace and safety. And of course, finally, with that in mind, I'm delighted to announce that over the last several weeks, in collaboration with my administration, Chicago's business and philanthropic community has stepped up, check this out, to double the investment in the Partnership for Safe and Peaceful Communities Chicago Fund. Double the amount.
Good to know.
So, because I know you all gonna ask, I'm talking about $3.5 million in grants to more than 250 community organizations to fund safe programming and activities for young people during the summer months beginning Memorial Day. Let's give them another round of applause.
That's amazing. We didn't need Jamal Green to get this done.
No.
Look, Jamal Green talked a lot about the importance of this, and I, that was one of the things that appealed to me about him and the youth center he was trying to open. But man, Mayor Johnson's managed to direct resources citywide, not just towards one youth center, because this is a mayor that's paying attention to this necessity for that, which is what Lightfoot didn't. So kudos to him for that.
And I don't know if I need to toot our own horn too much, Jerry, but we did give him a copy of the Chicago Corner Manifesto.
I don't think he looked at it, and I think he was.
Well, he didn't toss it out, though. I mean, as far as I know,
who tossed it out? Roderick Sawyer. Because during the interview I did with Roderick Sawyer, you could see him rolling it up in his hand.
Yeah.
And then when we were breaking down, I found like a rolled up Chicago Corner Manifesto on the floor.
It had to be his, yeah.
It was Sawyer's, yeah. So, hopefully Johnson at least took a cursory glance at what we gave him.
Yeah, or at least somebody in his administration probably has a copy of it somewhere. And I think that's a thing that's going to keep me positive for a little while. Yeah, knowing that some of the things we have on there are also in alignment with a lot of the things he wants to do.
They were, absolutely. And we didn't even have to get him on the show to grill him on it.
No, although
not that we wanted to grill him, but we did want to talk about it.
I wanted to ask him about pizza, but that's me.
You want to ask everybody about pizza, Ed.
That's true. It's important. It isn't important, but it's kind of important.
It's kind of important.
The grant funding will empower grassroots organizations that intimately know their communities to take powerful, on-the-ground action in their neighborhoods to promote peace and safety through enrichment. Several of these initiatives will be hosted at Chicago Public Schools school buildings with educators and school employees volunteering.
Not the villainous Chicago public school teachers. In their torture chamber, Chicago public schools. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, it's like when anybody says Chicago public schools to the people who wanted vouchers and the private and were fine with privatizing everything, they think the word Chicago public schools is like when they say Voldemort in the Harry Potter series.
Yeah, they do.
It's just the boogeyman in their heads because they've been conditioned into thinking it's bad to have public schools.
A manufactured boogeyman because of the propaganda.
Yeah.
My God, did we dodge it with Paul Vallas?
Dodged a bullet there, yeah.
Labor to nurture young people. Today illustrates our commitment to work together across government, labor, business, philanthropic, and community sectors to bring solutions to communities most impacted by violence and to advance our vision for a better, stronger, safer Chicago. You will see me all over the city of Chicago this weekend. And I'm going to enjoy myself in one of the most dynamic, if not the most dynamic city in the entire world. You'll see me at special events. Apparently, I'm even throwing out the first pitch on Saturday at the Cubs game. And here's why that's important.
Am I going soft? I feel inspired and optimistic every time I listen to him talk.
Yeah, well, see, if Lightfoot was doing something like this and saying that that it's really cool, she's going to be throwing out the first pitch, we'd all be screaming at her, why aren't you patching the potholes? So with that said, I'm going to say I understand it's your first big weekend Memorial Day thing and you're juggling a lot of stuff, but dude, I was on Sacramento Boulevard today and you go south to Humboldt Park and it's a freaking it's Craterville. Yeah, it's like the moon.
You're not going to fix all the potholes in the city in the first week of August.
No, of course not. But my point being that we especially with the Kennedy under construction and people and a lot of people still needing to commute back and forth to work. Some of them go from north side to south side and east to west and everything. Have a couple main streets resurfaced to make sure that people can at least get from A to B, so that while we're dealing with the rest of the reconstruction and while other parts of the city you don't have funds or resources to patch yet, at least people can get places. At this point, everybody's dodging potholes and hoping they don't have a huge expense where they have to get tires replaced or suspensions repaired. You know how expensive auto repairs are?
Dude,
my God.
My Jeep is in the shop right now for a transmission problem. I know. I remember when you had car problems last year, how devastating it was with the expense. Ongoing, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, my car's chugging along right now, but I don't know how many miles it's really going to have left. And if the suspension goes again, I don't know where I'm going to find the money for that. So that said, I'm like, Brandon Johnson, I wish you the best on this Memorial Day weekend, but
we're
please stay on task with the other stuff we got to do in the city.
I mean, clearly, I guess I must admit, as I was reflecting on it, we are in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah, we are.
With our new mayor. And, it's funny because I mentioned a moment ago, I actually feel inspired and optimistic because normally I'm more nihilistic and pessimistic.
I know. Me too.
Yeah. Someone asked me, that I met with today, they noticed, having met me in the past, that I always wear black. And they asked why I always wear black. And my response, which is actually partially true, is because I don't like to color coordinate. It's just much simpler to throw on black.
Yeah.
But what I didn't say was it kind of reflects the darkness of my heart right now, with the world around us. Not that I want to be that way, but I'm just like, and that's being facetious. I mean, I don't think I'm that dark, but just, the nihilism and the pessimism and all the stuff we were talking about before our new mayor and things that weren't changing here in the city that desperately needed course correct.
Yeah, but honestly, I mean, nobody should really be shocked that Jerry likes to wear black.
Well, here I am.
It's right up there. Yeah, it's just simpler. There's kind of you can dress in black, and whatever the occasion, if you're casual black or dressy black, you never look like you're underdressed. It always
I used to wear a lot more black t-shirts and stuff, but then when we get to summer, it got really uncomfortable when on the sunny days, Did you
ever see the movie The Last Action Hero?
Yes, but it was a long time ago.
Schwarzenegger. It was a great movie. Horribly, horribly maligned when it came out. It was the summer that Jurassic Park came out.
Oh.
And everybody seemed to want to take Arnold down a few notches because his star was so on the rise. But there's a scene in the movie where he and the kid, Danny, I think is his name. Danny goes to the hotel that Arnold is shacked up in. Is this, he's the fish out of water, police detective, action hero, and they've just like escaped some people. Circumstances, an action scene, and Arnold opens up his closet. And all the it's all the same. It's what he's wearing. It's like he wears a red t-shirt, brown leather jacket, blue jeans, and he opens the closet and it's all red t-shirts. And that's the gag, because like action hero characters, they always, wear the same. I mean, look at Indiana Jones, man. He hasn't changed his clothes from the 1930s through this movie that's going to be set in the 1960s. But The reason I'm bringing this up is I laugh because if you open my closet, it's not all the same clothes, but it's just black. Black shirts, black pants, whether they're dress shirts.
Well, when you have a good broken in leather bomber jacket, you kind of, you're going to have that all the time.
Yeah.
I think it's, and then Indy, he was like mostly like white shirts.
It's the same white shirt, Ed. It's the same white, dude.
Except when he was teaching, though.
Well,
when he's in the classroom, he's
squeeds. Yeah. No, but I mean in the field. I mean, so the trailer, we're totally off in the ditch right now. But I'm looking very forward to the next Indiana Jones movie, because it seems that Indiana is very much dealing with his age and his mortality, as we all are, as we look in the mirror and see we're getting just as gray as Harrison Ford's gotten, having grown up with him as our action hero star. We emulate.
Yeah, I still have to work on my impression of Harrison Ford, kid.
That's a pretty good impression, Ed. I think it's a better impression than I'm doing. I mean, he always just sounds absolutely bored with everything. But he smokes a lot of weed too, which I think contributes to his. Well, I guess he shouldn't be grumpy if he's smoking weed all the time. But Harrison is known everywhere in Hollywood as like Hollywood's oldest hippie. He's always high somewhere smoking pot, which that's fine. It's just I don't know why he's so grumpy all the time.
Maybe that's just his mellow.
Yeah.
He sounds grumpy, but that's just his mellow voice coming out.
Yeah. But in this new movie, the trailers, he's wearing the same goddamn shirt in the field and hat and jacket that he wore when he was raiding the Lost Ark in the first movie in 1936. But so Art asks, let's go on a little divergent path here. Am I checking out the Flash movie? I have Warren says, high as fuck Ford. Art, I've got really strong reservations about The Flash, and I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. Because it seems that anybody who was emotionally invested in Zack Snyder's take on the characters, which had a definite ending before it could be rebooted into something else, we all got kicked in the nuts, and the rug got pulled out from under us. And I hear that Ben Affleck is in all the 10 minutes of this movie, maybe. And then the rest of it is Michael Keaton. Now, I got no problem with Michael Keaton as Batman. We all grew up with Michael Keaton Batman. But clearly, what Warner Brothers was doing in deciding to bring back Michael Keaton now as Batman, I think was a disservice to fans when they should have brought Michael Keaton back a long time ago in his prime. Yeah. I think that this is a cynical cash grab to everybody of our generation, our demographic.
Yeah, I think it basically, from my perspective, it's going to be a train wreck, and that's going to bring people out to the theaters to see how much of it is going to be.
Well, all the promos, it's Michael Keaton's Batman. Nobody gives a shit about Ezra Miller as the Flash. Everybody wants to go, and Warner Brothers knows everybody wants to see Michael Keaton as Batman. Now, let me say one other thing about Michael Keaton as Batman, being the Batman fan that I am. When we saw that first 1989 Batman movie by Tim Burton, it was great because we finally got our first serious Batman. Okay.
Yeah.
But how many years later now? I don't need to hear Keaton tossing off the catchphrases of that movie. Oh, he said the thing. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Oh,
that's the charm of that. It's like they're trying to cash in on the multiverse angle that's really popular. That, you know, how Marvel Comics was doing with their versions of alternate timelines and stuff. And then when DC has screwed up their entire movie production company, and what they should have done was hired all the guys who did the CW shows. All the Arrowverse shows are great. The way that they tied them all together and interwove all the storylines, and they did their own version of Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah, I called it Crisis on Infinite Earths because it was kind of lame.
But I mean, I felt that they did it right because they honored some of the stuff that came before, and they brought so many people back in for cameos. And I mean, they even tied in the Flash from the Snyderverse. And I'm like, how could they not have?
Well, here's the thing, Ed. To speak to that, when Zack Snyder was hired to do Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Justice League, and he had a heavy hand in the first Wonder Woman, which I think was a marvelous movie. And then, you know, his hand wasn't in Wonder Woman 84, which was a train wreck. They started second guessing what he set up, which, as I said, he had a path to like get to an ending where we would have been to the second or third Justice League movie by now, at which point it would have ended and you could have rebooted and started this new direction that James Gunn, who I cannot stand, is now guiding it in. But we got the rugs pulled out from under us. We got emotionally invested in what Zack Snyder was setting up, I think magnificently. And we're never going to get that paid off. We're going to get this token Ben Affleck appearance in this movie. All of us who grew up seeing the original Batman are going to go, we want to see Batman. But I'm going to say this too. As a Batman comic fan, Michael Keaton is not the best Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne didn't run around telling people, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Bruce Wayne didn't run around, with the whole I'm Batman thing. That's Michael Keaton as Bruce Wayne being Michael Keaton. For people that think Michael Keaton was a great Bruce Wayne, no, our perception, I think, is colored by the fact that we finally got a serious Batman, and it was cool. In hindsight now, Christian Bale was a great Bruce Wayne, and I think Ben Affleck had the opportunity. I think the best part of Batman versus Superman was Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne. And I wanted to see more of that character. He got really dark, and he redeemed himself in Justice League. Yeah. And there was an arc to that was going to go further, that Snyder got the rug pulled out from under him, and so did the rest of us. So I just feel very cheated. We did not get to see what Snyder had planned, which had a finite ending, at which point Warner Brothers could have gone in whatever direction they wanted to. It's like they tease you, and then suddenly they pull the rug out from under you. Oh, well, we know you're invested in that, but now we're changing our minds because you've got all these suits, these executives at the studios, second-guessing the creatives, looking at what Marvel did. Oh, we got to do that. Yeah, but Marvel had a plan. They did individual movies, and then they got to the Avengers. You guys are like rushing into this stuff, even though I think Snyder had a decent plan with how quickly they were trying to catch up. But this has been Movie Talk on Chicago Corner.
Yeah, Jimmy actually, she thinks that Michael Keaton's the best Bruce Wayne. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and honestly, I think at the time that the movie came out and everything, I think he did a great job.
We had nothing to compare.
I had no complaints about that. The only thing we had to compare it to was Batman 66,
right? Which was corny, fun, kid stuff. When we grew up watching that, we took it seriously while the adults were laughing at it. And in hindsight, when we got Michael Keaton Batman, it was like, finally, a serious Batman for those of us who loved the graphic novels in the 1980s that took the character serious and made him like this hard, complex, interesting vigilante character who, was tortured because of his parents' deaths, but because, he was motivated to try to figure out how do I control and help people since he felt helpless. That's to me the appeal of that character. It's like he's tried to like do good because of the helplessness he's felt. And I think that maybe that's why, we feel helpless talking about all this stuff. And it's like maybe through talking and covering the news and trying to provide some commentary and analysis on what might really be going on can be helpful to people to analyze who to pay attention to, who to trust, like this last election cycle. I mean, since Brandon Johnson's become mayor, Ed, I'm very happy, but I feel like, wow, mission accomplished. In whatever little way we could, we were trying to shine light on why Lightfoot had to get out of there, and Palos Paul could not be her successor. And thank Christ, somebody credible, a grown-up, who knows how to work with people is there. And I feel like part of me feels like, we can kind of rest a little bit because that crusade we were on.
We can sit back and stop complaining about the dumb stuff while we can actually focus on the actual issues and see how effective he is at making them happen.
Kathy, you can go to sleep if you want.
But yeah, I mean, one of these days we're going to have to do a multi-stream just talking about, comic book movies, and maybe we'll have Jimmy and Warren on, and
I'd love that.
Wants to talk because that would be fun.
Well, let's plan on it, Jimmy. Warren, you're on notice. And look, Jimmy, I don't think Michael Keaton was a bad Batman or Bruce Wayne, but I just think in hindsight, as I've grown up, gotten older, I really like the more textured. I don't watch Ben Affleck playing Bruce Wayne and think I'm watching Ben Affleck. I watch Michael Keaton playing Bruce Wayne and I think I'm watching Michael Keaton. And I
like how neither Jerry nor I brought up the current iteration of Batman. One, because I've never seen those.
Who?
And two, because Jerry is rightfully pretending that those don't exist right now.
They don't. To me, no, they don't. I'm sorry. Robert Pattinson has all of the charisma of like a wet noodle. And he looks like he's moving like a wet noodle. There's just nothing.
I mean, it's
intimidating
or anything. It was what, basically like Batman Year One or something.
No, it was like Batman
Long Halloween or whatever the hell they were basing it on.
Yeah, very much assimilated with Seven.
Okay.
And Silence of the Lambs. I mean, it borrowed liberally from Seven as far.
I mean, I'll watch it someday in the long future, but I don't have Max or whatever the hell they're calling that streaming platform now, so I can't watch that thing right now anyway, unless I rent it, and I'm not paying money for that.
We should have the signal up for this. I will. Yeah, check it out when you can. I can burn a copy for you because I have it. I downloaded it. The production values are beautiful. It's a beautifully produced movie. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you this too, Jimmy, for talking about the Penguin. I thought Colin Farrell was exceptional in the Batman as Oswald Cobblepot. He played a gangster. It wasn't this creepy Danny DeVito character. I mean,
I liked the DeVito version of Penguin.
It worked in a Tim Burton movie. Okay. Yeah. But if you're going to make what I felt bad about when I saw the Batman with Colin Farrell playing Oswald Cobblepot, I wish this was the Oswald Cobblepot that Ben Affleck had the opportunity to go up against, because he was basically just a mob boss. He was a mob boss who was like, none of the affectations or the weird mutant stuff of Danny DeVito from Batman Returns. It was like, yeah, if we're going to look at these characters kind of existing in a real world, how would you present them? And I thought Colin Farrell was brilliant. And I also thought that, God, why am I forgetting her name now? The woman who played Catwoman. It's that musician's daughter.
Zoe Kravitz?
Zoe Kravitz. I thought she was pretty good too. I liked Anne Hathaway more, but I thought she did well. Yeah. But Pattinson, sorry, man, no charisma whatsoever. I know we're going to get off this topic because I know Kathy's going to sleep. Yeah, all right. Here she goes. Yeah, there we go.
All right, Kathy's back. We got to get on the other stories.
Can't have any fun.
No, her live chat must have had technical.
How did we go off into that ditch we were talking about?
I don't know. Oh, we were talking about your
hope
wardrobe.
And optimism. Yeah. Wardrobe.
We started with your black T-shirts, and we ended up with Batman, and we started talking about movies. See how easy it is for us to drive this show off into the show ditch.
Yeah.
Still fun getting here, though.
Oh, Art, but it could have been had Ben Affleck been allowed to do his standalone movie. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm really disappointed about, is that Affleck's not able to direct his own Batman.
He's an award-winning director. And apparently, a lot of people who read his script before it got jettisoned by Warner Brothers, who decided they wanted Matt Reeves to direct it. Then Matt Reeves took over the project and brought in his own script, and Affleck was like, fuck this, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. He's not going to go on the record and admit that, but I know what happens in Hollywood. I know how these egos work and how these executives shuffle things around and fuck people over.
Yeah. So anyway, if anyone in the board of DC wants to finally pull their heads out of their keisters, just put me and Jerry in charge of DC movies going forward, and we'll get you back on track. We'll even get Affleck back.
First thing I do is rehire Zack Snyder to finish Justice League and tell Affleck how much you need, man. Make your Batman versus Deathstroke movie. I'm all about it. Anyway, that's okay, Jimmy. You can replay it and hear how we got started on this. And it's good to see you too, Jimmy, as well as Warren. And yeah, we should do a movie. We should do a movie panel.
Yeah, it's a great typo though, Warren. Barman, that's a whole other movie.
Cheers.
Look, Robin, the bar signal.
Resurrect. Yeah, Heath, man, what a loss that was on a lot of levels. Not just Joker. He was a great actor. All right. I think
holy alcohol, Batman. Okay, I'm done.
I think we made our point with Brandon Johnson's safety initiative. And I think we shared enough of his conference to, shine a light on the fact that he's paying attention and, off to a decent start with this. And we'll see how it all goes. But let's bring up our next story. As I said a little while ago, couldn't come at a more urgent time because there was a shooting, shots fired at North Avenue Beach this afternoon. And I heard some speculation it was gang related. Can we scroll down? See the picture instead of Republic Bank?
Yes. Hang on a second.
These damn ads.
Come on.
I'll let you load it and we'll put it up when it's ready. I'll start the story. And when you have it ready, we'll just pop it up. That's what she said. Okay. As reported by Caitlin Washburn and Catherine Odom, and this was updated today at 4:44 p.m., North Avenue Beach closed after shots were fired amid large fight. No injuries reported, thankfully. About 80 to 100 teens were gathered at the beach Friday afternoon when the fight erupted and one person fired a gun, police said. Within hours after all 22 of Chicago's beaches, oh, you know what? The Sun-Times has got a paywall. I'm going to open up the CW Chicago. I see the Chicago Sun-Times was an update in that no one was hurt.
Got it.
Okay. You know what? If you can, go ahead and read it since I got blocked.
Within hours after all 22 of Chicago's beaches opened Friday, gunshots were fired during a large fight at North Avenue Beach, one of the city's busiest. No one was struck by the gunfire. About 80 to 100 teenagers were gathered at the beach around 1:30 p.m. when the fight broke out, and one person fired a gun, police said. A 16-year-old boy was taken into custody, but police said they had not recovered the gun. The section of North Avenue Beach where the shots were fired remained closed for several hours, but reopened in the early evening. Police said the bike path remained open. Bags were being searched Friday at different checkpoints along the beachfront for prohibited items, including weapons and alcohol. Those checkpoints will remain throughout the summer. And there's more, but
could have been a real tragedy.
Yeah. Now, CWB Chicago had a slightly different take on that story.
I've got that one to read, and this was reported by they don't give a byline, but they said Memorial Day is off to an ominous start as Chicago police investigate shots fired at North Avenue Beach on Friday. No injuries were immediately reported. Officers assigned to the beach reported the fight that Ed just mentioned. At least two people were detained for questioning. A juvenile might have been the gunman, and another person was found with 2 firearms. So Univision Chicago reporter Marianne Gales captured a remarkable video that shows Chicago police officers were just steps away when at least one shot was fired. Can you play that video?
Is it in the CWB?
I'm seeing it, yeah. If you scroll down, maybe past that ad.
Okay. Let me see if I got it here.
Weird. I'm seeing it on my end.
It's running an ad. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
Here. Okay.
You're blocking Twitter to run an ad. You know what? I'm going to send you
3, 2, 1. And where's it? Hey, that's an ad too. I'm
going to send you in the private chat the direct link to Twitter. Here you go. Oh. Let's open this up. Oh my goodness, There's a lot of other junk on that. Hang on. Okay, try that.
stand by.
Look at how quick the
News.
show's moving tonight. It actually looks professionally produced.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, Jerry.
Well, I will, because with all the problems we've had in the past, this is like late years beyond.
With just having a lot less lag in our button pressing and internet accessing, I'd say we've come pretty good, pretty far tonight.
Yes, it is, Wally.
Get out of there.
You're just going to play the sirens?
So I'm assuming this is after the shots were fired, although I haven't heard the shots fired yet, because the CWB Chicago article references officers were just steps away when at least one shot was fired. So I'm assuming that's when the police flew in with the sirens.
That kid had a gun. Yeah. We shot him all.
Holy shit. Are they rushing the cops?
Párate de costado.
I can't hear what
Ahí
they're
va los
saying.
polis.
And Art, you are
Oh,
correct.
there's a gunshot.
Salí de acá ya.
Oh, so I think what happened was the cops pulled in on the fight, and then the shot was fired. Shots were fired. And Art, you are correct, because an officer who reviewed surveillance video said the gunman was a Hispanic male wearing a black T-shirt, faded jeans, and white high tops. Although witnesses reported significant blood at the scene, no gunshot victims were immediately found. Two people who went to the beach shortly after 2 p.m. told CWB Chicago that police officers turned them away, saying the area was closed. Officers who worked the morning shift near North 18th District were ordered on to stay on duty until the situation at the beach stabilized. The gunfire erupted just a few hours before Chicago police leaders are scheduled to hold a press conference at Millennium. This happened before Mayor Johnson's press conference regarding safety.
Oh, I thought that conference was from yesterday.
It says the gunfire erupted just a few hours before Chicago police leaders are scheduled to hold a press conference. Oh, okay.
Oh.
So Chicago police leaders, not the mayor. They held a separate press conference at Millennium Park to highlight their safety plan for the holiday weekend. And this is, I guess this was to happen today. And the Johnson video was from yesterday?
Yeah, that was from yesterday.
So there was another follow-up conference that, yeah, this is kind of usurped. So anyway, luckily nobody was hurt. Nobody was killed, although I guess someone was hurt if they saw blood there. Maybe it was from the fight.
Well, that's why I was like, the Sun-Times didn't even report the blood. So I'm like, what's going on here? What are we not hearing? Because, well, CWB said it was witnesses said they saw blood. I'm like, what, nobody reporting actually saw the blood? Nobody else is confirming that there was blood there?
Yeah.
That's weird. So, I mean, if it wasn't blood from a bullet, it could have been maybe, I don't want to speculate, but people do have knives.
Oh, it's more than weird, Ed.
Hanky. What does that mean, Vince? Hinky.
Oh, strange.
Weird. Why don't you say strange or weird? Hinky, that has no meaning.
We say hinky.
I don't want you guys using words around me that got no meaning.
Yep.
All right. So speaking of the police, this was a unfortunate story that came across our radar. Are we allowed to say that, or is Breaking Point's only allowed to say what's on their radar? Oh no, it wasn't even Breaking Point.
Oh wait, hold on a second, Jerry. We have something for this.
We do?
I look at this town, and I don't like what I see anymore.
See, Jerry forgot he made that.
Good catch, Ed. And to Art's comment in the live chat, this show is running smoothly. Leave the comedy to us, Junior.
It's smooth like chunky peanut butter. Wait a minute.
Well, I'm glad somebody's enjoying this. Warren says off the rails in a good way.
See, it's nice. See, we can have all these weird ins and outs and the different interactions when the buttons actually work.
Yeah. Right? And to Art's comment right now, what was this comment? Wait a minute. Let me bring that one up once again. Here we go. Art questions. Here we go. I opened a Chrome browser, read this article, and suddenly now things are taking a little bit longer. And I'll close it after the article. But okay, so to Art's comment, the show is running smoothly.
What an asshole.
Is it? Uncle Warren comes for the news and stays for the weird. That's the correct choice. Oh, wait, you're muted, Jerry. Seriously? Your StreamYard just got jacked? Oh, my
God. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Amazing. Yes, that's amazing.
Okay, so you know what happened? Because this Tribune article I want to read is behind a paywall in my Brave browser. I opened up Chrome, which Tribune articles open in. Boom!
Let me help you out with that, Jerry, with the link I just put in the private chat.
Okay. That's the problem, man. Fucking Chrome. All right, thanks. I can open this up in my Brave and read it from here. All right, so let's run the intro one more time.
Oh, that intro? You mean this intro?
I look at this town, and I don't like what I see anymore.
One of Sly's best movies. He even went out of shape to play that role.
Yeah, Copland's a great movie if you haven't seen it. It does have some violence in there, but it's a great movie.
And I think it's a great reflection on cop culture. And let me say this about Stallone too. You know, Stallone did this movie as basically an opera. Here we go into movie talk again, but we got to do it. Stallone did this movie basically redeeming himself, because before that, his cop movies had were Cobra, which was like a bad comic book movie, although it was very much entertaining. Mm-hmm. So he comes back and does Copland, which is a really strong, amazing, dramatic role.
Yeah, it's not Demolition Man by any means.
No, and he gets to share the screen with Robert De Niro. And he and De Niro have this scene where Stallone is the sheriff of, oh God, I forgot the name of the town in New Jersey.
It doesn't matter.
Which is basically like the Copland. It's where all the cops live. Okay. Thank you, Jake and Elwood. So De Niro, who's an internal affairs investigator, is begging Stallone to help him because Stallone knows about the dirty cops and Stallone won't do it. And finally, Stallone gathers his respect, self-respect, after realizing the cops in New Jersey are basically using him to get away with all kinds of corruption and murder and stuff that resulted in murder. And he goes to De Niro, and De Niro gives him this whole long speech like, you had an opportunity to come to me before the investigation's closed. You blew it. And a lot of people thought that as De Niro was doing that scene, there was some subtext regarding Stallone's career. Mm-hmm. You had an opportunity after Rocky to do something, but you blew it with all the garbage, the bubble gum, right? Pop culture movies. But if you get past the subtext, Stallone kind of he totally redeemed himself in Copland. Recommendation, maybe if you want to watch a movie this weekend. But the reason we use the Cop Watch intro is because, wouldn't you know it, the city inspector general finds Chicago Police Department employs dozens of cops who knowingly lied. This is the plot of Copland, ironically. In New York, though. All right. Reported by Sam Charles and Jake Sheridan, the Chicago Police Department continues to employ... Why? Why are you continuing to employ cops that lied? continues to employ more than 100 officers who knowingly provided false information during criminal investigations, according to a report released Thursday by the city's watchdog agency.
How many cops are there in Chicago?
Thousands. 100's too much. To know that knowingly lied and provided false information. They're not standing up to the ideals of the badge, their sworn oath. Look, I've said this before 100 times, man. Law enforcement's a privilege. It's a sacred oath. And too many officers, not all, but too many feel like, the badge and the gun basically allow you to just be a bully, to go out and do whatever the fuck you want because you're the law. If you're the law, you need to stand up to what the law is about. But
speaking of Stallone, Judge Dredd. They think they're Judge Dredd.
Yeah, they think they're Judge Dredd. Yep. Interesting counterpoint with Copland, how Stallone kind of redeemed himself with the introspection on what law enforcement should be about.
I think I should say that you're saying redeemed by saying that, he took on a dramatic role and nailed it instead of doing the popcorn blockbusters. I think it's important to note that he nailed both of those aspects in the movie world.
Yeah. No, I mean, he redeemed himself as an actor because a lot of people, once he became the highest paid star in the world, and, his ego went to his head, he did a lot of fun movies, but, basically empty movies.
Well, they paid him like hundreds of millions of dollars to go, I am the law. So he does Copland, which is a real serious insight or a very, very serious take on what cop culture unfortunately can devolve into, and why some officers are afraid or can't bring themselves to actually be the whistleblowers because they've got the whole weight of the rest of the department basically ready to brand him as a traitor against them, and worry about their own safety or their own keeping a job themselves. And that's I think pervades in so many departments, especially CPD, because when you've got 100 officers who knowingly provide false information and you keep them employed, that means they're going to keep providing false information on the reports. And how do you trust the integrity of the law enforcement that's being performed? A lot of people think we're being hard on CPD. No, we just want CPD to stand up to the ideals of what law enforcement's about without all of the corruption and this kind of bullshit. The Office of Inspector General found that structural failures in the police department's accountability systems allow officers who have violated Rule 14 to continue working in positions, quote, that depend upon their truthfulness and credibility. CPD's Rule 14 prohibits officers from making a false report, written or oral. A sustained violation of the rule typically signals the end of an officer's career because they can no longer credibly testify under oath. Makes sense to me. The various oversight bodies that monitor for police misconduct all agree that sustained Rule 14 violation should automatically trigger an officer's firing. Of the more than 100 officers who violated Rule 14, several continue to work as beat officers and detectives, according to the Inspector General. Quote, effective enforcement of Rule 14 is what stands between us and a world in which police officers get away with lying. We cannot expect effective, accountable law enforcement if we do not take away every opportunity to ensure credibility. Inspector General Deborah Witzberg said in a statement, we cannot keep people safe from crimes, we can't prosecute, and we cannot build trust without truthfulness. Can I say at this time that Lightfoot appointing Witzberg was probably the best thing she did in her entire tenure as mayor? And she probably and I'm sure Lightfoot regrets having installed her too.
Yeah, probably because CPD's not happy that she's actually talking about the fact they need to enforce this rule, and they're not.
Yeah, and that Witzberg has integrity, which a lot of people in government don't have these days.
Yeah, in public service. Rule 14 is under-enforced in part because of gaps in policies and procedures, but also because of case-by-case decisions. Witzberg said in a live stream detailing the 40-page report Thursday. The report describes cases in which CPD members violated Rule 14 but weren't separated from the department. Other case studies describe Rule 14 violations not being pursued after officers were found to have lied, and Rule 14 violations being expunged from officers' disciplinary histories. I wonder if the FOP had any bearing on any of that. What do you think? Our strong, powerful police union here, the Fraternal Order Police, under John Clouton-Zaro.
Oh yeah, we don't. Our officers don't lie. You take that back.
Not all of them.
But yeah, we don't lie about lying either.
In response to the investigation, CPD, the Civilian Office of Police Accountability, and the Chicago Police Board acknowledged the seriousness of Rule 14 violations. However, the departments did not accept the report's recommendations they should fire officers who've committed violations. The departments cannot commit to firing Rule 14 violators because officers have rights to due process that they routinely deny. I don't know, a lot of perps that they decide to like chase and shoot in the back.
Yeah, it's hypocrisy for sure.
Right? Officers have rights to do okay, they do have rights to due process.
They do.
I agree with that. So do perps that they're pursuing, that they shoot in the back when they're clearly their lives are not in danger as they claim.
Yeah, the entire reason for that new pursuit policy was that it violates due process when all you do is just chase down some dude who was running away from you when you had maybe questionable probable cause.
But more so, shoot them in the back.
Yeah, that's that's not supposed to be one of the options. You're supposed to apprehend them and then they get
and use good judgment and not endanger people around them also. Look, it comes, and people would say, well, if they don't take them down, they could, what if they get away and they hurt or murder somebody else? I don't know. You've got a point. They've got a point to that. But again, you're not tasked as a police officer to escalate a situation and chase somebody down and shoot them in the back when they're unarmed in a lot of cases, not all. Unfortunately, as we saw at the Adam Toledo situation, which was just like split-second moment of horrible tragedy. He followed the officer's instructions. The officer panicked, shot him, even though Toledo did what he did. It was a split-second thing. But it happened because the officer escalated the situation, chasing him past a lot of civilians in that alley with his gun out. So what, are you going to start shooting when people are around? It's just the adrenaline rush, unfortunately, I think can lead to a lot of bad judgments. Don't sit on my keyboard. All right, so the article goes on to say the departments cannot commit to firing Rule 14 violators because officers have rights to due process guaranteed by collective bargaining agreements. Collective bargaining agreements. Isn't this public service? Why?
Yeah, it's questionable as to why a police union should exist in the way that it does.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, public servants should have some type of protections, as far as, employment and stuff, but not at the point where all it is a shield to prevent them from accountability.
Yeah. Collective bargaining agreements that prohibit predetermining discipline without considering the specific circumstances of each case according to the responses affixed to the report. The departments pushed back on several of the report's recommendations, arguing they were not possible or already in place. The police department agreed to conduct an annual review of where Rule 14 violators were assigned, create a new training for internal investigators to recognize violations, and said it is working to better notify prosecutors of violations. CPD has taken the Inspector General's recommendations into consideration and is progressing on implementing some recommendations, the department wrote in a statement Thursday. CPD members are held to the highest standards. Our sworn and civilian members are expected to act with integrity as we work to build and maintain credibility and trust among the communities we serve, the department wrote, which is something we will hopefully get to talking about next week when Veronica Areola, who is the on the police district commission in the 24th district here in my ward, 50, will return. We were going to have her on tonight. She was busy, but I talked to her on the phone. She's going to talk about the police district councils, and this speaks to that, how the departments are maintaining credibility and trust among the communities they serve with these newly formed police district councils or commissions.
Yeah,
officers, go ahead.
as Kathy says, give them their due process. They should have some type of system in place for these Rule 14 violations. Like they go through, some type of review or administrative process that gives them their due process, to sets up a defense for them, whatever, gathers all the information, and then lets the department make a decision on whether that guy gets to keep his job. This is not hard.
Sounds fair.
They just don't want to deal with an accountability system.
No, they feel they're entitled to no accountability because they're putting their lives on the line. And you know what? Good on them. We know they are. But the most important part of their job, as has been drilled into their brains, is not primarily getting home alive every night, to which they put at the forefront of everything, which gives them the excuse, or I guess the entitlement, or the presumption that because that's most important, they can just decide to shoot first and ask questions later, instead of properly assess and de-escalate a situation. The article says officers lying erodes public trust in policing, hurting its ability to function. COPA Chief Administrator Andrea Kirsten wrote in a statement Thursday. COPA is firm in its stance that officers found to have willfully lied in an official report or statement must be held accountable. These actions not only negatively impact the department's reform efforts, but can also undermine the integrity of our criminal justice system, Kirsten wrote. In its response, the police board said it has been 5 years since it ordered a penalty less severe than discharge. Why do they need to worry about a penalty less severe than discharge? You lie, you're entrusted, you're given the public's trust, and you lie, you're out. That's the sacred trust of law. That's the sacred oath of law enforcement. You don't get to lie like criminals do and get away with it because you're better because you're a cop. Because there are a lot of good cops that don't lie. There are a lot of good cops that can't blow the whistle on the bad cops because they're worried about their safety because of this thin blue line in the department, this code of silence that allows the bad cops to continue to operate with impunity and no accountability. A May 2018 case in which 2 officers were found to have violated Rule 14, cited by the Inspector General's office, involved an incident that took place 12 years before in 2004. The officers were early in their career and got unusually compelling character witness testimony, the board wrote. All factors had contributed to its more lenient decision to suspend them for 3 years. The board has since ordered 21 officers fired for Rule 14 violations, it reported. While the departments can't commit to specific predetermined discipline now, the IG's office could recommend City Council pass legislation to require any officer found guilty of a Rule 14 violation to be fired, the board and COPA said. I'm going to propose something, and I'm referencing conversations I have with people that ignore treating the root causes of crime and prefer a more reactive, put him in jail. It sends a message to everybody not to commit crimes, which I say I respond to no, because most of these people who commit crimes and take that chance don't have any other opportunities, and they really don't feel their life is worth a damn anyway, that they're worried about going to jail because they've already been cast aside. So that whole argument that if you put more people in jail and hire more cops, it's going to prevent more crimes from being committed doesn't happen. But if you're really going to be serious about that specific belief, then you should also be all behind cops who lie, aren't given any leniency, and they're out. Because wouldn't that send a message to other officers in the department that this isn't going to be tolerated? That the department does not enforce that mindset, that they're lenient. I think that blows away the whole argument that, like, people would say, well, you have to throw everybody in jail. You shouldn't be lenient with them. Why not?
Yeah,
we can be lenient with the cops. Why are we not allowed to be lenient or actually like look at the root causes of crime that we're talking about all the time that need to be addressed as far as reallocating resources and not just throwing it all at law enforcement, because all you're doing is like enriching the private prison complex business foundation. private prison complex business. What do you call the
prison industrial complex?
Industry. Industry is the word I was looking for.
Yeah, Kathy says demote and retrain them. Yeah, I mean, for it'd be reasonable to give people second chances, even police officers who might have lied once on the stand. But if they're going to do it over and over again,
well, they know there's no penalty, Ed. This is like if the cops know there's no real penalty or teeth in this because they're not enforcing it. Well, then shouldn't you be as lenient and accommodating and recognize you can't just throw everybody in jail? Some people who made bad decisions. Yeah, there are also some hardened criminals who are never going to change. I guess my point is that it really, I think, shines a light on the hypocrisy.
Yeah,
that exists here.
Yeah, because you would think that if they're gonna be that way about people they believe are breaking the law, then they should be consistent.
Yes. Now, speaking of cops that lie and that Rule 14 is not enforced against, Capital Facts had an interesting story that kind of relates to this, as reported by the Tribe, that 64 current police officers are not allowed to testify in Cook County Court. Why do you think? I'll tell you why. In 2019, USA Today revealed that the Cook County State's Attorney's Office did not keep a quote-unquote Brady list in accordance with the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that prosecutors must tell anyone accused of a crime about all evidence that may help their defense. Instead, higher-ups merely advise assistant state's attorneys whenever police officers shouldn't be allowed to testify. Reporters for USA Today and its partners, including the Chicago-based Invisible Institute, spent more than a year gathering Brady lists from police and prosecutors in thousands of counties to measure compliance with the landmark 63 ruling in Brady versus Maryland. In Chicago, the Cook County's attorney, the second biggest prosecutor's office in the country, said it does not keep a Brady list. Instead, the office sends individual memos to its prosecutors when it learns a police officer was convicted of a crime or was found by a judge to have lied under oath, telling them to avoid using the cops if possible or to notify defense attorneys. This is why Rule 14 needs to be enforced, because it then goes to the heart of the whole justice system. How can you rely on a cop to testify if there's a record of them lying and it's being covered up? The system leaves individual prosecutors in the sprawling jurisdiction with America's second largest police force on their own to track officers with credibility issues. The result, a USA Today analysis found that dozens of officers flagged by judges or convicted of crimes were summoned to testify at trial in recent years with no assurance the defense was notified of their prior infractions. The Tribe found out lots more. Hundreds of current and former Chicago police officers could never be called to testify because they have histories of misconduct or untruthfulness that would undermine their credibility on the stand, according to documents obtained by the Tribe. By the way, great website, the Tribe. And you know what? They had done some early reporting on certain mayoral candidate that I thought was unfair, and now I'm realizing that they were onto something. Jerry was wrong. The SAO's so-called Brady and do not call list, which, by the way, that certain mayoral candidate was on social media screaming against assistance to migrants. Because, okay, so truthfully and actually fairly, there is a very, very strong case to be made that the Black community has been underserved and not properly supported financially, nor have our homeless population or the neighborhoods that have been abandoned. We know that. Right. We scream about that. But the solution is not, well, then if you're not helping us, you can't help the migrants. The argument should be, help all of us.
Yeah, he doesn't buy that argument.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because he doesn't understand that Chicago isn't really broke.
Yeah.
He doesn't think there's money to do both.
The SAO's so-called Brady and do not call list, which include names of officers who can't be relied on in court, are far more extensive than has been previously reported and include officers who were not included in previous releases by the SAO. One such officer who was not on previously released lists but is now is January 6th Capitol rioter Carol Schweisyuk, who was fired by the Chicago Police Department in 2021 and has been charged with 5 misdemeanors for his part in the attack. Another is Nicholas Jovanovich, who who was fired last year from knocking out an activist's teeth during the 2020 protest in Grant Park. I remember that story. Of course, John Catanzara, the current Führer of the Fraternal Order of Police. I was searching for another more I think
yeah, it's a little hyperbolic.
Well, John Catanzara, the current Führer of the Fraternal Order is also listed.
The Burgermeister of the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police.
All right, we'll go with Burgermeister because he looks like that's pretty much most that makes up his diet. Catanzara resigned from CPD in 2021 while facing termination for nearly a dozen rule violations, but was reelected president of the city's largest police union earlier this year because, of course, he was. Officers who are still active members of CPD are also on the lists. Mark Jiraki, a 43-year-old officer who was in his 21st year on the force and currently works in the 7th District, is one. He has cost the city more than $200,000 in civil lawsuits and racked up at least 31 civilian complaints, including allegations of excessive force, illegal searches, and false arrests, according to the Invisible Institute's Civilian Police Data Project. Via Freedom of Information Act requests, the tribe obtained the SAO's most up-to-date Brady and Do Not Call lists in April. The list includes 275 names of officers, 200 of whom...
is that all?
Well, the other article reported 100. This list includes 275, 200 of whom are or were CPD members. 64 are still employed, meaning they may still be policing out in communities or overseeing active investigations with annual salaries totaling nearly $7.5 million. Okay, let's cut to the chase. I am not vilifying law enforcement. But how can anybody argue, well, they're not all bad. Too many of them are. And too many of them are getting away with it. I know there are a lot of good officers out there that sadly are too afraid to even speak up because there's literally like a gang mentality in cop culture when you continue to see these types of officers who are violating their sworn oath, supported by the Fraternal Order of Police and Burgermeister Catanzara, continuing to get away with, in some cases, murder. So that's the Capitol Facts article in relation to the city inspector general's finding. Now, to be fair, we have a story about Chicago's good cops in our migrant update tonight. Okay. And this is reported from Block Club Chicago. Kudos and applause and a lot of appreciation to Chicago police officers who are stepping up, because this is a crisis, and they are showing their humanity in recognizing that, without the guidance from the city, from the previous administration until Mayor Johnson gets shit in order, something's got to be done here to help these people who've been dropped here by that piece of shit Governor Abbott from Texas. Forced to confront migrant crisis daily, Chicago police officers step up to help with no guidance from the city. The disruption at stations has created a juggling of duties for officers, some of whom feel frustrated. There's still no word from the city about what they should do. Ed, I have an interesting side note I don't want to forget before I get into this, okay? Because I know I'm going to read this article and forget it, but it just popped in my head. Have you seen all the people on social media complaining that all this money that's going to help the migrants isn't helping the homeless population in Chicago? As we mentioned with Mr. Green a little while ago.
And while that's true, most of the people doing that right now are doing it in bad faith.
Well, I never heard him bringing it up before. I never heard so much concern for the left behind, abandoned homeless people across the city of Chicago as I'm hearing now, because of all the dirty migrants that have crossed the border illegally. That's what I hear.
Yeah, and those same ones that are crying about why aren't we helping the homeless instead of saying why aren't we doing both, right?
Well, their argument
the ones who they're trying to pit one thing against the other, and they're only doing it to be contrary. they're being contrarian.
Well, the other reason they're arguing it, Ed, is that many are very, very strong in their beliefs that because many migrants come across the border illegally, which means they're not following the process other immigrants do, they don't deserve all the services and all the money and all the support we give them, ignoring the fact a lot of migrants are coming, especially south of the border. It's interesting. It doesn't seem a lot of people have a problem with the lighter-skinned Eastern European migrants who come over here illegally. And believe me, there are a lot. Donald Trump's wife, many, many years ago, okay? You're light-skinned, you're from an Eastern European nation, and I don't have a problem with it. But it just is interesting to me. You're darker skinned from south of the border, fleeing countries that the United States has destabilized, number one, then complaining that they're here to take our jobs.
Which is
the jobs that no American would do because they're not. It's grueling, back-breaking work, labor work that no American will take because companies don't want to pay Americans a fair living wage to do it. Okay, but because they didn't come over legally like other immigrants in the 1930s or 20s, right?
Yeah,
well,
but they're putting up so many more roadblocks for that right now.
Of course they are, Ed. But the other point is, like, do you know why immigration was easier back in that time? Because immigrants basically were tasked with all the low-paying jobs to build this country's infrastructure.
Yeah.
Okay? The infrastructure's built. Suddenly now immigration laws are harder to get through. We're relying on mostly a service industry anyway. We're not rebuilding America's infrastructure. Immigrants don't serve. They cannot be used the way they were back in the early 1900s to come in and do the work of the robber barons. Okay? And really, let's historically...
Cough, railroads,
especially the railroads. Okay, so immigration was a little bit more accommodating back then because robber barons needed labor. Railroads, infrastructure was built. Well, now that that's all done, we're going to make immigration much harder because you're going to come in and take all of our jobs. Well, the argument is they're going to come in and take everybody's jobs. I don't know anybody in a high-paying job who's ever lost their job to an immigrant or a migrant. Okay, let's be fair. But again, to the original point, people who are suddenly this concerned about the homeless, I didn't hear their concerns for the homeless in the past. And a lot of the people who are concerned for the homeless now don't even live in the city limits. They're suburbanites who have an opinion on the homeless crisis in Chicago now.
Yeah, well, it's more accurate to say that they were given a preformed opinion through their favorite news outlet.
Would that be fake news? Oh, I'm sorry, faux news? No, Fox News or Fox and Fiends.
But not just them.
Yeah.
All the cable news is doing that.
Yeah.
Different flavors of the same of the same dog whistles.
Pretty much. Would legal immigration be ideal? Yeah, it would. But when you've got a pervasive xenophobic propaganda machine basically vilifying mostly migrants from south of the border and not those from east of the border, everybody's minds are closed to, look, migrants who come in from south of the border provide a labor force to this. There's a movie that came out many, many years ago called A Day Without a Mexican. And essentially in this movie, all of the Mexicans in the United States disappeared. And literally the country broke down. Because
I got to find this thing.
Oh my God, it's it's been a long time since I saw it. But the whole premise of the movie is that people don't understand how much we rely on migrants who've come over here, who are either undocumented or not quote unquote legal yet, who really support the infrastructure of this country when it comes to labor, when it comes to farming and agriculture, when it comes to landscaping or cleaning your expensive suburban home. I got to go look for that movie too and rewatch it. But that was the whole premise. Like, go see what happens when you decide you're going to when you get rid of all the migrants in this country.
Jerry,
go ahead.
Or Jerry, you can just take a trip to Florida right now.
Yeah,
because they're literally taking labor that normally would be working on building homes and constructing homes and construction, landscaping, all that other stuff, they're not there. They're not working because not only have the migrants that might have gotten even temporary green card jobs not working there, but all of their friends and family walked off. I'm trying to find. There was somebody posted a video, and it was like basically it was a new homes construction site that was like a ghost town because nobody was working there because all the workers left.
All the cheap work disappeared. All the cheap labor disappeared. The cheap labor that is recruited by these big companies that rarely, if ever, are held accountable or fined for hiring illegal workers. The workers are the villains.
Oh, here we go.
Not the big companies. Go ahead.
I got it.
Wow.
It says this is from Tuesday, May 16th. Workers have fled Florida, not just at construction sites, but in the fields that they pick fruit, hospitality, due to his felony and 5-year prison term if you work in that state or aid an illegal immigrant, etc. Let's see what the video.
I don't see I bet the owners of these companies are not getting charged.
May 16th. It's not Sunday.
Wow.
There is my truck with grass. And this is a construction site here in Davenport, Florida, 20 miles from Orlando. And this is all you see. It's 9 a.m. Usually at this time, there's a lot of people here working, all kinds.
9 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Okay, so Ed, you know what? That construction site would be working if the construction companies were willing to pay American labor an actual living wage, right? They could get that going immediately. If all of the property owners that are doing all this construction opened up, this is an example of jobs being taken away from Americans, but it's jobs being taken away by Americans who don't want to work for slave wages. That's what's happening here. There are a lot of
combination of things.
Yeah, but there are a lot of very, very obviously capable construction workers all across Florida, and they have unions, and they have safety programs, right? On the job safety. You think those protections, safety protections, wage protections are in place for the migrants that these property owners are hiring for the construction? Of course they're not. It's the construction company, those who own the construction company, that should be charged. Okay? Because the fact that they are hiring the migrants is what's against the law. And I would also dare say they're not very patriotic if they don't want to pay Americans a living wage. They're contributing to this problem that people say, well, they're taking American jobs. Yeah, because they don't want to pay Americans the wage that they should be paying them with the safety protections in place.
But even if they were taking jobs that may or may not have been jobs that other people might have wanted, they're still contributing to the tax base.
Of course they are. Every purchase they make.
There's nothing. People should be happy that migrants want to come and live and work here, because it helps the economy. You think it's going to hurt the economy just because temporarily there are migrants who are seeking asylum. By the way, the Biden administration is currently trying to outlaw asylum by setting up these "you got to come and apply legally" roadblock bullshit right now.
Well, here's the other you know why what people say it? They think their tax dollars are supporting all of the migrants who are not here legally. And they're not. Okay, your tax dollars are not helping the migrants any more than they're helping the homeless people, even though our cities have the money to help fix these problems. And not just our cities, our government does.
A lot of people don't understand.
Going to the corporate bailouts and the banks and all of the golden parachutes of the 1%. Class war, everybody.
Yeah, people don't.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
It's just people don't understand that when you help people by putting a roof over their head and giving them the basic necessities, that they can become a more valuable contributing member of society.
Yeah,
whether it's migrants or homeless or anybody, you want to have people who are wanting to contribute to society instead of the people at the top, the 1% who are a drain on society.
And this is exactly what Art's comment in the chat says that I highlighted. No one wants to help anyone out anymore, not in the sense of wanting to be humane. It's just that we don't want to bother helping anyone. And Art continues with, if migrants are housed, in placed, and told not to leave and stay put and go nowhere, then they are in a prison. It's like the movie District 9, but instead of aliens, it's illegal aliens. Yeah. Migrants. Yeah. Yeah, that's another good movie. Well, that whole movie, Art, was a metaphor and an allegory for the immigrant situation, undocumented immigrants all across the world. Yeah, Kathy, good question. Good question. Who cleans the DeSantis' home? And I'm
hopefully
sure
nobody right now.
Underpaid.
I hope his trash is piling up.
Okay, so let's get back, though. We really kind of went off the road, but it's related because we're talking about the migration issue and the fact that there are good CPD officers trying to provide support. As migrants sleep on the floors of police stations, officers said they feel inclined to do what they can to help, but they have no resources or guidance from city officials or the police department. Nearly 9,000 migrants have arrived in Chicago since August, many fleeing economically and politically at devastated nations like Venezuela and Colombia. Why do you think those nations are economically and politically devastated?
Oh, I think we know.
American empire? A Southside officer who requested to remain anonymous has gone out of her way to give families sleeping on the floor of her district basic supplies like baby formula, clothes for children, and hygiene kits. She's helped organize meal trains alongside faith groups, and volunteers and other officers have chipped in with money and donations for the families. See? Yeah, there are good Chicago police officers, clearly. I've spent well over $300, she said. Officers in various districts have also helped with laundry and medical transport. They added mini food pantries to district lobbies so families have easy access to supplies. A mobile shower unit with Shower Up has come to stations so families can wash up. One officer gave families an old DVD player to watch movies while they wait, he said. Police officers call 311 every morning hoping to find shelter space, but the answer is always the same. Shelters are full and the wait list is long, a Northwest Side officer said. I did notice earlier in the chat, and Kathy, my memory was just triggered. Kathy mentioned much earlier in the broadcast before we got to the story that the Armory on Broadway is going to be opened to help house some of these migrants, which is great. I mean, I don't know what that armory is used for. It's not an armory anymore, but it's a big building over on Broadway in Uptown. And apparently from Kathy's comment in the chat, they're looking at utilizing that to provide some kind of housing. And that's a big, you get your tail out of my face. That's a pretty big facility. What do you want? Look at this guy, this little love bug. Do you know we're doing a broadcast right now? Don't go in my water. I figured out the best way to protect my water. An old DVD case cap keeps him from drinking my water.
That's cool. You didn't get him his own water, though.
You know, last time we were on, Ed, I actually did put a bowl of water on the floor, and of course he didn't go for it.
He didn't go for it.
No, they just go for it.
He wants yours.
Yeah,
okay.
He wants mine. It's like when you buy cat toys, they never play with the toys. They play with the bags you bring them home in, the shopping bags.
Yeah.
All right. So
speaking of water, I need a refill.
All right. I'll continue reading.
And this refill is brought to you by Flavor Improving Mush. No, just kidding. It's a good time to remind you all that we appreciate our Patreon supporters. Yeah. And if you would like to support this channel, which helps us immensely, head over to patreon.com/Chicago Corner.
Y'all enjoying the show tonight now that we're back on track? I hope so. I feel good. Like we have a broadcast that is not fraught with technical issues. Now, Penguin Gaming shares it has people losing their minds over the use of the Armory because it's used for seniors and kids day camp. I did not know that. I didn't know what the facility was being used for. So, okay. Well, there's clearly going to be some issues there.
Yeah, basically every place that the city tries to think of where to house migrants, it's like anyone in that area is going to have concerns. And hopefully they'll be a little more proactive with communicating with the neighborhoods in the Johnson administration than they were in the Lightfoot administration.
I still think that the East McCormick Place complex, it's not used. From all of my understanding, it's always the the new McCormick Place complex that's used for all the conventions and trade shows. I don't know that anything, and I could very well be wrong, but anytime I've seen anything promoted in Chicago with trade shows, they don't use the black McCormick East Center that was by what was Miggs Field in the past along the lakefront. So I don't know. Police officer. Okay, so we went into that. Shelters are full and the wait list is long. I feel bad for them, but there's not much we can do. She said, "We're told nothing. We don't know when the next van will show up." That's Charlotte Sherino, 5, shares her toys with Patty Yang of City Line Bible Church's Averill Brandelli. 7, runs about at the 16th Chicago Police District Station, Jefferson Park, on May 2nd. More than 10 migrants have been waiting there for shelter. You can't turn a blind eye. While volunteer support has greatly helped the chaotic situation, having migrants sleep on the floor, use the district's community room and facilities, has put an added strain on police officers' jobs, the Southside officer said. The station is a shelter in an emergency situation for maybe a day, but we're housing them for multiple days, she said. When you have 30 people in the station and parents asking questions and kids screaming and crying, there are only so many hours you can dedicate to doing your job. This scene that they just painted reminds me of any episode of The Station House and Hill Street Blues.
Yeah.
With all the chaos in there. It's come to life.
If you haven't seen that series, try and find it. I'm sure it's streaming somewhere.
Brilliant. One of my favorite shows. Miss it.
Let's be careful out there.
Let's be careful out there. Francis, I need to talk with you. Michael Conrad, Phil Esterhaus. Great character. Oh, Daniel J. Travato. Here we go. Pop culture. It was just a great cast all around. Daniel J.
Remember
Travato,
that show that was on 30 years ago?
Veronica Hamill, Charles Hayde. Just great cast. Go look for Hill Street Blues if you haven't seen it. It's basically a depiction of what we wish law enforcement was really like.
Yeah,
it presents what we wish law enforcement aspired to. But you know what, Ed? In this article, I do see that those aspirations reach with these officers who are doing more than they should be tasked with the other responsibilities that they're given. The article goes on to say the situation is also a health and hygiene issue, as many stations have sent migrants to the hospital because of fever, stomach pains, and rashes. Volunteers, police officers, and migrants told Blockland. Thanks, Governor Abbott. Thanks, Governor Abbott of Texas.
What an asshole.
Oh, here we go. Well, of course he's going to go in this direction. John Catanzara, the president of Chicago Fraternal Order of Police, told the Sun-Times bed bugs have been a consistent issue. A lice problem was present at the Near West District.
Well, then maybe cops should go and get that stuff cleaned out of their heads before they go messing with the migrants that way. They don't deserve that to catch those bed bugs.
It's an alternative take on it, isn't it? Because, lice and bed bugs always come from dirty migrants. All right, we'll be serious. A lice, okay. Obviously, if you have no hygiene facilities being provided, sure. it's going to become a problem. But that's what Catanzara grasps onto, of course, right?
If the cops are grabbing mattresses out of the alley because they can't be bothered to provide them with proper bedding,
all the bedding from McCormick Place that was put in place during the pandemic, remember?
Now I'm just hypothesizing here. I'm not saying that's what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah, but, we're speculating.
We're speculating.
A lice problem was present at the Near West District, as well as cases of chickenpox at the Shakespeare District, according to Catanzara, who said it's improper to use police buildings and resources to house immigrants.
True. But it's good. It's nice that they're doing it, though.
Yeah. Alderman Nick Sposato of the 38th said he is in contact with Jefferson Park Police about the station's migrant families, but said their role is not to take care of migrants and they should not be staying in stations because they're not getting any direction from the city or support. Well,
Well, maybe that'll change very soon.
Yeah. Some are helping and bending over backwards, and for others, it's impossible to do their jobs, Vasilatos said. The extra work for officers comes as the department faces an officer shortage. According to a 2022 analysis, about 3,300 officers retired, resigned, were fired, or died since 2019.
Okay. That's their opinion, that they're facing an officer shortage. That's an opinion.
Yeah. They're using that as the foundation of what's happening. The city has struggled to replace them, hiring only about 1,600 officers since. The situation has also brought out anti-immigrant sentiment and created a further political divide between some officers. At the South Side station, people have come in to yell at the migrants, a South Side officer said.
Well, those people are jerks.
However, it's also opened up conversations among officers on diverse political spectrums to find common ground and work together to try and solve the problem, she said. When someone is in need in front of us, you can't turn a blind eye. Look what's here. It's children, she said. Officers have received no communication from the city or the police department on what to do, except to be told not to transport migrants in department vehicles due to liability issues, the Southside officer said. They've also been told to avoid giving migrants things like over-the-counter medicine, since they could be responsible for any repercussions. There needs to be a point for every area and watch, because there are tons of questions, the officer said. There needs to be a better supply of food without relying on districts to figure it out. We are flying by the seat of our pants, and it's been months and months now. I don't think our city was prepared at all. It wasn't. And as I read about all these things that they are referencing that the migrants need, yeah, our homeless population needs it also.
Yeah.
Everything that these migrants need, our abandoned and vulnerable homeless people need. We need to just provide the support and the safety net for all of them. And you know what? I don't give a shit it's coming out of our taxes, because it's just the right thing to do. If we're overtaxed, I'd rather see the taxes go to humanely support these people. Mm-hmm. These people, homeless people, vulnerable people, then constantly pit us against each other. Well, the migrants versus the homeless people. These people deserve help. These people don't. It's political here. It's ethnic here. It's all bullshit, man. All it is just to continue dividing us all, while our overlords are just laughing at all of us and how we are fooled. Not all of us. I mean, I don't think we are. I hope we're not. I mean, maybe in some cases we are, but we're trying to analyze and make sense of it here.
We're all mostly human. We should help out other humans.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. We have opinions in the live chat. Let's see who's checked in here. Kathy says, I hope we're treating them better than Abbott would. Well, I think we are. We're not putting them on buses and shipping them somewhere else. I think that's testimony to the fact that we're clearly not like that motherfucker.
Although Lightfoot did try to move a couple of them out into the suburbs.
Yeah.
At least at a temporary basis.
She was playing.
We do recall that happening.
Dominic shares it's not proper to behave like a human being. Art shares if we needed to build a new pyramid like the kind the Egyptians built, who would we hire to build it? Hey, I'll go one better, Art. You know what Chicago does have money for and tax incentives for? A casino. NASCAR.
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, they could have taken the opportunity with this casino deal or the NASCAR deal. And I honestly don't know if they have done anything along these lines, but they could have taken the opportunity to make sure that these types of opportunities would help fund social safety net programs, things for the homeless, things for incoming migrants, things to help people in the city.
Yeah.
How much of that actually happened? Probably not enough, if at all.
Great comment from Kathy. The mama bear of Chicago corner. And I don't say that as a reference to Sarah Palin, Kathy. I'm saying you are fierce and you've got incredible insights and are doing everything you can to advocate for the vulnerable and left behind also.
And public transit.
As public transit, as well as your neighbors. An economic system that doesn't feed, clothe, house, or care for its people must be and will be replaced with a system that meets the needs of the people.
Collect your torches and go!
Yes, Kathy, we agree. I think we agree. Yeah, we agree. I think I can speak for it on that. Sebastian, I haven't seen you before. Welcome. Make Earth a better place. Oh, okay. Sorry if I forgot. Make Earth a better place for the children of the world. Yeah, that's where Lightfoot sent him, to Burr Ridge.
Yep.
The article goes on to say there needs to be a point person for every area and watch, because there are tons of questions. There needs to be a better supply of food without relying on district to figure it out. We're flying by the seat of our pants, and it's been months and months now. I don't think our city was prepared at all. Her station received food from city officials only once, and it was expired.
What?
She said. And I bet that they shipped it from Amazon.
I mean, honestly,
remember when the way that you could contribute to migrant support when it first happened last year was the city Lightfoot set up a website and you could purchase everything through Amazon.
Yeah, through an Amazon wish list. Like, what?
There was no place to drop stuff off in every ward. The city was making a percentage off of Amazon sales. Ed,
some people may be aware we have the Greater Chicago Food Depository, right? And they do great work. They take food donations, they distribute them through different locations in the city that they have distribution centers for. The Lightfoot administration could have used them or coordinated with them and other organizations to make sure that people got what they needed. Now, the Johnson administration, we don't know exactly what they're going to do going forward with the migrant and homeless crisis so far, but we just saw part of his announcement from yesterday with how he's planning on coordinating with all these different organizations and departments just for Memorial Day weekend. Yeah. Now, if he can keep that up with other issues that are happening in the city, I think that we will have better days ahead.
Yeah, that's where my hope and inspiration comes from. Again, honeymoon period, but maybe it'll be a beautiful marriage. We can only hope. So the officer who was talking, her station received food, it was expired. Other officers and volunteers said they were explicitly told not to help the families, they said. When asked about this, a Chicago Police Department spokesperson referred questions to the mayor's office. Mary May with the city's Office of Emergency Management and Communications said the city is working around the clock to respond to the growing number of new arrivals we are receiving on a daily basis. One of our top priorities is to decompress the police stations to provide safe spaces for the asylum seekers. And that's what they are. They're asylum seekers. They're not here to steal your jobs, everybody. All of those jobs you wouldn't take anyway, because you wouldn't get back-breaking work that they couldn't pay you enough for, as Ed shared with that Twitter story regarding the construction that suddenly stopped in Florida when all the migrants decided they've had enough. Enough's enough. May said in a statement, the city is working with community groups and officials to open temporary respite centers, and the new mayor, Brandon Johnson, is pushing for more federal support. Let's go down to that picture. Sposato wants to also see more federal funding that could expedite the shelter and work permit processes.
Whoops.
So more federal funding could expedite the shelter and work permit, so the migrants can enter the workforce and help struggling businesses. When the migrant influx began earlier this year, officers were the first to organize food distribution. See, don't tell us we're just beating up the police department. This is an amazing story. This is what cops are supposed to do. They're supposed to protect the vulnerable.
Well, and some of the things that they're doing here are great, but that shouldn't even be their responsibility.
Right.
And that's why when people say defund the police, or when people talk about reallocating the funds and resources, it would be to people who specialize in the things that the cops are trying to do here for migrants, and would be for other people too. But you can't, so they're multitasking when they shouldn't have to.
Yep, absolutely. Art shares, I was all set up to work for Catholic Charities to help some of the migrants in filling out legal forms for employment, etc., but then the program was shut down abruptly. Kathy, yes. Americans who think they're here to take your jobs, pay attention. They're trying not to get killed in their home countries. Wouldn't you do the same? in the land in the land of opportunity, in the
land of the free.
It's a good movie.
Was that LA or New York?
LA. They're both good. I mean, the first one was
Escape
better.
from LA, yeah.
So when Escape from LA came out is the year that I first moved to Los Angeles. And I went to go see it at the Chinese Theater on Hollywood Boulevard with who ended up becoming my ex-wife in better days. And we were watching the movie in the theater with a friend of ours, and there's a scene in Escape from LA that takes place in the Chinese theater. I don't know if you remember that scene. And it's like we're in the Chinese theater in present day, and this is like a projection to the future when LA is cut off as another, military. It was just one of those moments where you're like, wow, we're kind of like in the movie, or we're in the place that's in the movie right now. Anyway, yeah, another great series. Great. I'm surprised they didn't do more of those with Snake Plissken. Unfortunately,
I hope they do one more. He definitely needs he needs like an Indiana Jones 5, but like make it an escape from somewhere as a end of the trilogy.
I guess you could. I don't think Kurt Russell's too old. I mean he's up there, but I think that you could. Yeah, you could bring that.
That would be great to have Kurt Russell come back for that.
Yeah, I like Kurt Russell. I remember the last movie I saw him and I really liked him. It was Hateful Eight, Quentin Tarantino's movie.
I guess it would have to be Escape from Chicago.
Yes! Oh my God! Get Ari Emanuel on the phone.
No, don't get Ari Emanuel on the phone. We'll get somebody on the phone because we got to get working on that script.
Escape from Chicago. Escape from the no, it's got to be Chicago, not the Windy City. Not any iteration. It's got to be Chicago.
It could be, there could be some future prison that's like floating on Lake Michigan or something.
Yeah. Yeah. An earthquake from all the climate change separated Chicago from the rest of Illinois, and Lake Michigan flooded it. So it's its own island now too. Like LA was and New York was in those other two movies.
Welcome to future movie plots on Chicago Corner.
Yeah. I love it. Escape from planet Earth. All right, back to the article. When the migrant influx began earlier this year, officers were the first to organize food distribution and call on help from the community. Volunteers and officers said many reached out to mutual aid groups to organize meal trains, stayed late at work to feed arriving families, and gave migrants money to do laundry. Desiree Velasquez, a migrant from Venezuela who stayed in the 17th District Albany Park Police Station with her 2-year-old son, Luciano, who we see in that picture there, for 8 days, told Block Club she had a positive experience with police officers who helped her despite the horrid living conditions she was thrust into at the station. The police officers gave us excellent attention, and they were helpful because they spoke Spanish and helped with food, sweets, and checked on us. Velasquez said, "You know what, Ed? I'm getting a little wow. That's so good to hear."
Yeah.
With all the other bad news we unfortunately have to pay attention, we have to shine a light on with CPD. Thank heavens we've got some good news, and we can showcase the good ones who are doing what law enforcement is supposed to do, treating people humanely, and helping. She said she received no city support, but thanked the officers and community volunteers who went above and beyond to help her until she found temporary housing at an Albany Park church. Police at the 16th District have done a tremendous job in helping the migrants. I have to shout out CAPS in general. They're doing some background magic, said Catherine Koch, a volunteer at the Jefferson Park Station who helped organize meal trains and donations for the families staying there. Let's scroll down to the next picture. At 16, they've been helpful in answering questions. They sometimes take people to the laundromat and help with quarters, and they allowed a small table to have supplies. In Beverly, 19th Ward Mutual Aid has organized a meal train for the family staying at the 22nd District. Some officers have donated meals. Look, I could go on and on and on. There are good police. There are good people in Gotham, Ed. There are good people in Gotham. And thanks to Block Club Chicago for reporting it. Last quote of the article. The humanity of the situation compels people to act, Noonan said. Some people don't take the time to get to know the migrants and turn a blind eye, but there are police who've been very helpful. This is an opportunity to see the benevolence of other police officers. Yes. Absolutely. And speaking of those who don't want to, we'll just bring this up quickly. This came from Twitter. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Is it any surprise? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had the button up. There we go. Alderman Rabin Lopez, Alderman Anthony Napolitano, and Alderman Anthony Beal are deferring a vote on $51 million for migrants. Why? Because, of course, they would.
I think Lopez had gone on TV to say something about, well, we've already had X number of dollars going toward migrant support, and we don't know where any of that money's going, blah, 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 and so we don't know where this money's going. And I'm like, all you're doing is delaying it for another week or so, because they're going to pass this at the next city council meeting, which I believe is next week.
Let me see if I've got this tweet to share. Here we go. So this came from Jinx Press. So add it to the stream. Yeah, there we go. And what Jinx Press shared was that Chicago journalists can't admit the migrant crisis as a right-wing media op because that would also mean acknowledge their significant role in propagating it. It's not that real human beings aren't at the center of this. Of course they are, and their suffering matters, but their constant framing of this as some kind of conflict between two opposing sides with equal understanding of both reality and the law is cowardly. Interesting insight into that. But yeah, shame on Lopez and Napolitano. But, I think that better heads will prevail. Of course, you've got the smartasses in the chat, in the Twitter thread that Gregory Pratt shared. One says, "Yo, Greg, can your family give any of the money that they receive from the people you write stories about?" What's that have to do with anything? Oh, you got something from Rockfin.
This is a Rockfin you brought up here. We see Dick on Rockfin is joining us again. Welcome back, Dick.
I got to get that special drop in for when Dick contributes. You, Dick.
Yeah, that'd be great. Says checkpoints on the beach for warrantless searches. Yeah, F the Constitution. Yeah, I know, man. We got issues with that type of authoritarian justice. I gotta tell you. Dominic Palella tipped us $2.
Thanks, Dom.
He says, how many police-related entities formed in the city that make, quote, recommendations for police department reform? If we need police reform, we have to replace the people to control how its police department functions. That's where reform needs to begin, by replacing those that hire and pay the police. We don't need more commissions that have no reform authority, constituentpolling.org.
Well, true. The commissions don't have the reform authority, but at least they're in place to make the recommendations that I think at this point, Dominic, with our new mayor, will not fall on deaf ears as the conduit. And so when I spoke with Veronica before the interview we tried to do, the pre-interview that hopefully we'll do next Friday, I did ask specifically regarding, and this will come up in our conversation with her when she joins us, how receptive are the police departments in working with the commission? She said in her experience over the 24th, very receptive. They're grateful that the commission is there to interface with them, as Phil Esterhaus on Hill Street Blues would always say. We need to interface with the community. And that's a good sign. I mean, they're not resistant to a lot of these these elected police commission positions. A lot of the people elected are pretty much a lot of progressive reformers from what I saw. I saw a groundswell of support for the progressive reformers who were concerned about social justice and accountability in the police department, and in a way that meant trying to build a stronger bridge with the communities. Because she said one of the things that she's sharing from the community is how, a lot of communities want to see more police foot patrols. Actually, Jim Ascott talked about this when he was running for alderman, restoring foot patrols, which I guess is a little bit of a challenge because you do well. And I said that's interesting because a lot of people are adverse to police presence. She's like, well, that's the problem, is that you've got residents in the community that do want to see more foot patrols, but the police department is concerned that they put out more foot patrols, they're going to be looked at as authoritarian because a lot of people have a distrust of the police. So it's like, yeah, they do. But I guess in making the effort to behave like the officers we just referenced in this article regarding migrant housing in the 24th district, that's an example of how you build trust with the community. So, all right, what's our next story? And Dominic, thanks for the tip. Our next story is okay. So here's more good news. We hope that this is something that will come to pass. Fingers crossed. So CUB stands for the Citizens Utility Board. Now, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had it selected. Okay. So the Citizens Utility Board is tasked with basically policing our utilities that are regularly raping us and doing all kinds of illegal deals with people downstate like Michael Madigan, right, with the other comment scandal, or people's gas with the insane gas prices we're all paying here across the city of Chicago, or the water department, which our own Mayor Brandon Johnson couldn't keep up with his water bill. So Citizens Utility Board is in place to police. Maybe that's too strong a word, but to provide some oversight. When
they're a watchdog.
They're watchdogs. Thank you. That's the word. So, of course, ComEd wants to jack up rates again after they were just, they just, were exposed in the scandal with their previous board members of getting favors with Michael Madigan downstate. And several of Commonwealth Edison's prior board and executive members are now looking at prison. So, of course, ComEd would want to raise their rates, right? We want to talk about tone deaf with public perception. So, CUB testimony recommends $914 million reduction in ComEd rate hike request because ComEd wants to hike their rates. Commonwealth Edison's proposed 4-year electric rate hike should be cut by at least $914.5 million, or more than 60%. This, when it's that much, that they don't need it. Because I would think that the Citizens Utility Board is looking at all the numbers to realize this is a gross and obscene overcharge that goes well beyond their quote-unquote profit margin or ability to stay in business.
I think, and I think they're probably being conservative in that cut too, because they shouldn't expect a rate hike every year or every whenever the review comes along. It should just be, we should be able to operate under the current operating budget that we have, and if there's a cost of materials or resources that they have to increase for, say the materials they have to repair the electric lines or build infrastructure to make their system better, then maybe you build those costs in to your profits instead of soaking your customers every time you want more money.
Well, they reference, I'm going to just spoil it. I mean, I'll get to this paragraph, but the rate hike would increase ComEd delivery rates by an average of $4.25 a month each year, for a cumulative increase of about $17 a month by 2027. But if you've ever looked at an electric bill, how many surcharges and extra charges are on there? $4.25 a month might seem like a little bit, as they're arguing, but when you add that on to all the other surcharges and a charge for this or that, and I can't even understand what these charges are for. You pay your rate for the delivery, you pay for your wattage, and you pay your taxes. That's all that should be on an electric bill. Not this other Byzantine, listing of things that you don't even know what it's for or where it's going to. And that's them like you said, soaking the customers with all of these, exotic explanations for all these extra fees, which is just price gouging. That should be part of the cost of delivering the electricity.
Just the fact that utility companies are not supposed to be ever in pursuit of profit. And that's why a lot of people have been trying to get the electric grid municipalized. They don't want a private company continually jacking rates up on utilities. We shouldn't have that type of thing. People should just be able to rely on that they have an electric service, or they have a water service, or gas, or whatever utility, internet, for example. These are all things that should just be public utilities. They should all have a basic cost, and then if they want to spread that cost among the people to pay individually, fine. Or if they want to make that one of those things that becomes part of a tax base, that's fine. You want to make it so that the federal government pays for all of it, I'm good with that, because
our tax dollars are going to the right place.
We should,
covering the right expenses.
Yeah, and then as far, we should all have these basic needs met, because everybody needs access to these things right now.
We need water, we need power, we need internet in the information age. You can't function, you can't run a business without internet. I mean, the internet is like literally the library on our desktop. I was thinking about the library I went to when I was a kid. I haven't gone there forever, but I remember, the library was where I went when I wanted to find out. And it was a little bit of a task to go down there, go through the library catalog, find the book you needed, take it home, return it. And now it's all at your fingertips, not even on our laptop here, but right here. It's a miracle. That's why the internet is a necessity in this day and age. Not only for information, but for just, our digital lives, being able to reference something when you're not at home, your calendar, your email, your communications.
Yeah, but we're having enough problems just trying to get net neutrality now. The FCC won't even step up to the plate and put that back in place.
Why don't you share quickly what that's about? So for those of our audience who aren't familiar with it.
In a nutshell, net neutrality is basically making it so that no person or company gets an advantage over or priority over internet traffic, so that things like throttling your upstream, for example, would become a thing of the past. You need to be able to just, if somebody needs to use the internet and they have access to it, they should have equal access all across the board. It shouldn't be a pay-to-play type internet system. Everybody should have a basic understanding of, a basic expectation. I'm trying to form my thoughts here.
Expectation of service.
Yes.
Because that's what it was when it was originally introduced, Ed. And then suddenly, when everybody saw a way to monetize it and try to soak people for more, when the internet was basically opening up a private, governmental, institutional pipeline through electronics and communication to basically allow everybody that same conduit to be able to find information, until all the communication companies recognize, there's a goal. Now we can figure out how to privatize that, even though the internet was formed within the government. I think within our military infrastructure, perhaps, and university infrastructure.
Yeah. So
if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, I got distracted. I was looking at the live.
I was trying to get you. I was just trying to cover why you were.
I was like, why? Snorkel Y2K. We're talking about internet traffic, not road traffic. But yeah, okay.
Kathy, we need to rally again and stop traffic. Take a lesson from the French. It has to be all.
That's
all of us.
Take your torches and go.
I know we've overused that clip drop in tonight, but it certainly punctuates the point, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, we could use this one.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, "I'm
as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore."
There we go. I got to
Did
you
that sync
before
up
the
then?
end of it. Yeah, it did. It did.
All right.
Ed is always doing that, and it's like I forget to like clip off. I forgot that actor's name. But yeah, no, I have to clip to Ed more quickly. Yeah, no, that's it. Yep. Oh,
look, I mean, we've talked about this a billion times. We need municipal services because public services are things that everybody needs, and people should not be using it to make a profit. It's the same reason we should all have comprehensive national health care without a need for a profit.
Yep. Yep.
And the only reason why we don't have it is because of all these octogenarians who refuse to sacrifice themselves to the volcano. Volcanoparty.org.
Kathy Powers accepted. Accepted, not accepted, but accepted. Like not part of that. The octogenarians and the volcano.
No, the ones in Congress.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
The ones in Congress.
We needed to clarify that. Not anyone in our audience. All right. So getting back to the article though, Cub Executive Director David Collada said the watchdog expects to support additional reductions uncovered by the Illinois Attorney General's office and other parties to recommend that ComEd's proposed increase get slashed by a total of more than $1
million.
But $1 billion. Let me repeat that. The Illinois Attorney General's office and other parties recommend that ComEd's proposed increase get slashed by a total of more than $1 billion. It's immediately apparent that the company is pushing for an excessive profit rate for its shareholders, Collada said. ComEd has to maintain its system, but it never deserves a blank check. We urge state regulators to make deep cuts in ComEd's rate hike proposal. I think ComEd needs the corporate death penalty, is what I think, after this last scandal downstate with Madigan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go all, authoritarian or anything, but at a certain point, a local government has to decide, does it make sense to have a private company continue to be a public utility when they're not working in the interest of the public?
Very well said.
And if not, we take your company.
Collada asked ComEd customers to visit cubhelpcenter.com to sign a petition to the Illinois Commerce Commission and get. Why can't? So the Brave browser is not allowing me to. Well, maybe it's the.
See, that could be one of those things that they either a municipality like Chicago or the state of Illinois does. Is that what they do is when they establish a company as a public utility, that they make them sign a contract that says, if you decide to screw us over by price gouging us or not acting on behalf of the public, then we take over your company. Becomes part of the government.
I just shared in the chat. Go to cubhelpcenter.com to sign a petition to the Illinois Commerce Commission, ICC, against the proposed increase. On January 17th, ComEd filed for a 4-year, $1.5 billion rate hike. The hike would increase ComEd's delivery rates by an average of $4.25 a month each year, for a cumulative increase of about $17 a month in 2027, as we dissected a moment ago. In 2020, ComEd became embroiled in a corruption scandal involving the passage of legislation that led to close to $1 billion in rate hikes over the last decade. Looks like they're trying to make that money back, Ed. Including $45.8 million in 2022 and $199 million in 2023. Since 2020, ComEd's parent company has made about $5.6 billion in profits. That's not operating expenses. That's profits. The Climate and Equitable Jobs Act implemented reforms creating a more transparent rate-setting system that gives state regulators more authority to oppose rate hikes and challenge the company's push for a higher profit rate for its shareholders.
Which is, if you're a public utility, they should be limiting the amount of profits you should be able to make. Just say, look, you can make X percentage of profits, and then anything surplus goes back to the consumer. For a public utility, that should be more than reasonable.
Yeah, I agree. I think everyone would agree with that. ComEd and other major Illinois gas and electric utilities. ComEd and other major, so ComEd's electric, other major Illinois gas and electric utilities are pushing for a record 6 rate hikes totaling $3.7 billion in 2023. In response to this unprecedented barrage, several parties are challenging increases, including the Illinois Attorney General's Office, Environmental Defense Fund, Illinois PIRG, and CUB. In the ComEd case, CUB, the Illinois Industrial Energy Consumers IEC Group, Environmental Defense Fund, Community Development Corporation of Pembroke Hopkins Park, and People for Community Recovery partnered to commission expert testimony. The analysis filed late Monday came from the Brubaker and Associates Incorporated, a Missouri-based consulting firm that specializes in utility reduction. And in the environmental sustainability consulting firm Energy Futures Group of Vermont, the testimony makes several recommendations to slash the rate hike by nearly $1 billion. There's more in the article, but we covered the important part of it. Now, hey, man, let's all go to CUB Help Center and file and sign that petition. Hopefully that's the groundwork from the community that can help get some attention paid to what has to be done. All right, so there's a video next. And if you can cue that up, brief story, more good news. Illinois bill will make it easier for gun violence victims to sue manufacturers. This comes to us from CBS Chicago.
CBS 2.
Quick little coverage.
Gun violence in our state. Governor J.B. Pritzker will sign a bill to help hold reckless gun manufacturers and advertisers accountable in court. CBS 2 investigator Megan Hickey live for us with what this means for victims and their families. Megan.
Right.
Sorry, Kathy. I meant seniors. Kathy's not an octo. I understand. My mistake. Sorry about that.
The weather's too warm for Megan Hickey's black puffy coat. Just want you all to know.
Megan Hickey looks good there.
Yeah, she does.
How old is she?
I don't know.
Too young for me.
She's probably immortal, though.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Brains and beauty.
She's awesome.
Experts tell me this law is really intended to encourage gun manufacturers and dealers to act responsibly because now it will be easier for the victims of gun violence to sue them in the state of Illinois. Last fall, survivors and families of victims of the 4th of July shooting in Highland Park filed lawsuits against Smith & Wesson.
All right, eyes and ears.
Pointing to the gun maker's advertising, even the company's YouTube page.
Oh. So there you have it, guys. M&P 1522. No excuse not to own one.
For allegedly appealing to young men like the Highland Park shooter to, quote, effectively execute their violent fantasies.
There's an attitude in the gun industry that they're not responsible for what happens with their products.
David Pacino, Deputy Chief Counsel for Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, tells me that the Gun Violence Victims Access to Justice bill, which passed both houses this week and is on its way to Governor Pritzker's office to sign, would make it easier for victims of gun violence and their families to take this type of legal action in the state of Illinois.
There's an explicit exception in the federal statute that says if a gun company is breaking state law, they don't get any protection.
This legislation amends our current Consumer Fraud and Deceptive Businesses Act to clarify that businesses in the firearms industry are subject to civil liability if they engage in unlawful business and marketing practices. Illinois joins a handful of other states with this type of clarification, including New York, California, New Jersey, Delaware, and Hawaii. And Puccino explained that it's not just mass shooting survivors who could benefit.
Some of them are very highly publicized mass shootings, and some of them don't even make the paper. But this is a path for them to be able to get the accountability that they deserve, to get the compensation that they deserve, and to get some measure of justice.
Now, Governor J.B. Pritzker released a statement saying this legislation finally protects Illinoisans from predatory actions from the firearms industry. We did check in with his office for an update on when it could be signed. They said right now that timeline is still up in the air. Marie and Erica?
We know you'll follow it. CBS 2 investigator Megan Hickey. Megan, thank you.
Hashtag regulate ammunition. If you can't regulate firearms because of that pesky amendment, Start making it harder to get ammunition. I have a friend in another state, Ed, who's having some issues with a spouse that is has alcoholism issues and is a bit of a gun nut. And there was an incident where that spouse had to be removed from the house, and my friend shared pictures with me of the spouse's closets that were filled with armories like the apocalypse is upon us. And they are fearing, they can take care of themselves, but it's a very, very precarious situation. And it alarms the fuck out of me. Number one, that they're in this situation, and hopefully, with the proper, decisions, they will soon be out of it. Now that law enforcement is aware of some of these circumstances, but that anybody could be allowed to amass the amount of firearms I saw in these photographs that were shared with me, basically for safekeeping. Okay. It blows me away. No pun intended, right? I understand you want to have a rifle for household protection, fine. You want to have a handgun for household protection, fine. This was not household protection. This was like,
no, it's preparing for the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it's like, what is the mindset there that you think you need that many weapons in your home?
Out
in the middle of nowhere.
Have you you've seen the movie Tremors, Jerry?
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, you got to see the Tremors series, Jerry. Because it's got this character named Burt Gummer, and he is the ultimate gun nut. But he ends up saving the day in all the movies because it's these gigantic Tremors monsters. I don't want to spoil it for you.
Check it out. But it's Hollywood fantasy, right? We know there are no tremor monsters down in Greg Abbott.
Do we know?
Down in Greg Abbott's state. See how I'm dancing around like not being specific, but basically, and it seems like a lot of people in Greg Abbott's state are fucking gun nuts like that. So, this particular report about how firearm manufacturers can be held accountable should be something that is instituted state to state at federal level. But of course, with our bought and paid for whores in Congress that are at the beck and call of the fucking NRA and gun industry are never going to, they talk a good game, blah, 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 blah. But they'll never do it. Yes, Kathy, the Small Dicks family.
Yeah, if you're keeping a list of movies to watch, Jerry,
I'll check it.
Add Tremors to that list. And if you like that one, it's worthwhile to watch the sequels. They do get kind of funny and crazy and stupid, but it's a fun watch.
I'll check it out. Kevin Bacon's in that.
Yes.
I remember Kevin's in it.
Kevin Bacon, Fred Ward,
Fred Ward.
Michael Gross.
Okay.
Remember from Family Ties?
Oh yeah. He was Michael J. Fox's father.
Yeah, Michael Gross plays Burt Gummer in this, and he's
I
brilliant.
can imagine with his look. So Kathy mentions the Small Dicks family. I would call them ammosexuals, is what I also call them. The ammosexuals. All right. So anyway, good update. Good on Governor Pritzker. He's not perfect, but I've said this a million times. I underestimated him, and he's done some good things. His family concerns me with some of the other circles that they run in with the neoliberal Democratic establishment.
And he's still too cozy with corporate interests and people high up in his income level.
And I still can't forget how he avoided paying taxes by pulling the toilets out of his mansion that was under construction to suggest that they were uninhabitable. I mean, this guy's got more money than as much money, maybe not as much money, but close to as much money as Ken Griffin. But he didn't want to pay taxes on the mansion that he was having built, so he pulled the toilets out so he could avoid the taxes. Come on, JB. There's have to be some really heavy-duty toilets to support, well, Too much information. All right. Here's another great story. Another great story. Am I living in a fantasy world this week? I saw this and I'm like, my God, is somebody like paying attention to our, I don't say prayers because I'm agnostic, but our hopes, our dreams, our aspirations? The legislature okays a bill aimed at curbing political corruption tied to red light camera industry. Hey, man, how about just fucking abolish them altogether?
Yes.
It's a good start, though. I mean, I'm glad to see that clearly we know that red light cameras are not about safety.
No.
They're about revenue. As we saw with our previous, and I wish I had the clip in here, of Lori Lightfoot's motorcade running through red light zones and school zones. And
a similar argument could be made about the speed cameras as well, which apparently I got dinged at just trying to get to work.
For how many miles over, Ed?
Three.
I think it was 3.
It's stated 6. I don't know how fast I was actually driving.
Hey, I know.
To be fair, I'm sure at some time in my lifetime of living here, in my time of living in Chicago, I wasn't born in Chicago, that I probably was driving over the limit. So I'm okay this time, maybe paying the $35, but they shouldn't be doing that type of punitive damage right now, especially with all the construction going on the Kennedy and people having to deal with the extra traffic and trying to still get to their jobs on alternate routes.
I got hit with $100 red light camera ticket for making a right turn on red down on 87th Street when I was editing for my client last month. And there was no sign. I Google searched the intersection. There's no sign at that intersection that says no turn on red as you approach it.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, the ticket was marked the make of my vehicle as other.
Yeah. Mine is that way too.
As I shared in a long YouTube video you can find on Chicago Corner, back when with Kit, we were talking about this story. The municipal and city codes state that any traffic citation given out, because they cross-reference it with the Secretary of State's database, they have the information regarding the make of your vehicle. They should state the make of my vehicle was a Jeep, not other. The reason they're supposed to state the make of your vehicle is so that they can make sure to cross-reference that you have a Jeep and your license plate also shows that it's registered to a Jeep, not other. That's the point of the municipal code. Well, guess what? Every fucking speed or red light camera across the city, they don't do the cross check. They don't do we have 7 sets of eyes that make sure every citation goes out is valid, because they don't cross-reference the Secretary of State's database. So that is a violation of the ordinance.
If I wanted to go through a bunch of headaches, I could probably appeal this thing, but like Jerry has experienced in the past, it's not necessarily clear on whether you'll be able to appeal it successfully anymore, because the administrative judges have been instructed to no longer allow that.
And the administrative law judges, they're not judges. They're lawyers moonlighting to collect money for the city.
Yeah, so
that's what they are.
No, it's like, we're losing too much money by people challenging these tickets, so don't let them get by on that anymore.
And I successfully challenged one. Judge Sussman fairly said, yeah, you're right. This is what the ordinance says. Your make is not identified. I'm kicking the ticket. A second judge, I contested it with, did not accept my claim, and I appealed it and had to spend $1,000 hiring an attorney to work with me on it to present it during the appeal, and that judge dismissed it. So I had 2 precedents showing that the ordinance, the letter of the law, means the make needs to be identified. Don't you think if you've got people saying, hey, man, you're violating the ordinance, the city should follow the letter of the law the way they expect motorists to follow the letter of the law? Isn't that all the loopholes in justice? You're supposed to cite the law, and the judges that I went to correctly interpreted it. And then, of course, subsequent to that, as you said, suddenly I created a Facebook page, Beat Your Romcam Ticket, because the red light program really reached its nadir when Rahm Emanuel entered office. and they were making the yellow lights less so that people would get stung, going through what they assumed was going to be a regular yellow light that was shortened, because you have a sense of how long a yellow light is.
You used to be able to get 3 cars turning left on the yellow, and no way in hell you can do that anymore.
That wasn't about safety. That was about how many motorists can we fool, because they are preconditioned to know how long a yellow light lasts. So, to take a long story short, but it does relate to this article here. I created the web page, or the Facebook page, Beat Your Romcam Ticket. And on that page, I had my form letter that stated the ordinances, and I shared it with anybody who found that page. Here's the letter you need to use. People were using it, and then suddenly people were asking me, were writing the Facebook page, this isn't working now. What am I doing wrong? And it's like, you're not doing anything wrong. As Ed said, the city decided to tell the administrative law judges, or there was, I guess it was taken to a higher court, and the judge said, well, no, the photograph shows the make of your vehicle, so they don't have to identify the make of your vehicle, whereas they're supposed to identify the make of your vehicle. Well, that car there in that photograph, I couldn't tell you what make that car is, because I see so many cars like that. Yeah, Jeep's a little bit more identifiable by its silhouette, but that car in the header isn't, right? So this judge, who decided that, who the city decided to, say, no, just dismiss this case that was brought by one of the higher powered law firms here in the city, said, no, other counts. So now all the administrative law judges, lawyers moonlighting for the city, are dismissing people who are rightfully bringing up the ordinance that I successfully used to get 2 tickets. Now, speaking about this red light, the right turn on red that I made, there's also another Illinois law statute that says when you approach an intersection, there has to be signage stating whether it's a right turn or not. This intersection didn't have signage approaching the intersection. So not only did I cite the argument regarding the make of my vehicle not being identified, even though I'm sure they'll ignore that because they've been instructed to, I also referenced the Illinois law that says, and I wrote, I'm like, I didn't run a red light. I made a right turn on red. There's no signs there. I went to Google. I took the Google Street View. Is they approaching the intersection? No sign there.
No sign.
So it's going to be interesting to see when I cited both the ordinance that is routinely ignored, but also the fact I mentioned the other rule regarding the approach to intersections and the signage that needs to be there, identifying if you can make a right turn on red or not is going to be accepted. And my instinct is they're probably going to ignore both because they just want the $100. But you know what? If they do, I'm still not going to pay it. Fuck them. This is bullshit. You want us to live by the letter of the law? City has to live by the letter of the law also. And they've already demonstrated that they don't want to when they got these administrative law judges and this one judge who ruled on this case to say, oh, make can be identified as other because the picture should be able to tell you the make of the vehicle. That's not what the ordinance says. The ordinance doesn't say a photograph of a vehicle constitutes proof of the make of the vehicle. So in relation to this article, not to go too off into the weeds, this is at the heart of our arguments regarding traffic scamras, as I call them. And that is not to condone and encourage running red lights or driving like a maniac through park or school zones. But when Rahm Emanuel was caught on multiple cameras speeding through school zones on business that was not important, they were social engagements, what did he say? Well, I paid the tickets. Oh, then it wasn't really about safety, was it, asshole? Because if it were really about safety, you'd instruct your motorcade as you're rushing off to these social engagements as mayor to obey the letter of the law for safety. That it didn't occur to him that he's clearly demonstrating what this was all about. I guess it shouldn't shock me because he's just that myopic in his authoritarian do as I say, not as I do, personality. But back to the article, just to inform you all on why this information or this article is exciting. With Springfield still in the middle of a sweeping federal corruption probe that most recently saw convictions in the ComEd 4 trial, Illinois lawmakers under pressure to act on ethics reform passed a measure seeking to curb abuses tied to the red light camera industry. Under the bill now on Democrat Governor J.B. Pritzker's desk, companies that provide equipment or services for automated traffic law enforcement, such as red light cameras, automated speed enforcement, or automated railroad crossings, are prohibited from making a campaign contribution to any political committee established to promote the candidacy of a candidate or public official. That doesn't go far enough. But
no,
the legislation,
because they'll just donate to a super PAC that doesn't have their name on it.
Yeah, you're right. That's going to be their workaround. The legislation, which was approved by the House 106-0 Thursday evening after earlier being passed without opposition by the Senate, also applies to large investors, high-level employees at the companies, and their immediate family members, as well as any political action committee created by the companies. So that kind of addresses your comment there. Additionally, county and local officials would be prohibited from going to work for or receiving compensation from red light camera companies for 2 years after leaving office, which is much stronger than the 6-month prohibition on state lawmakers becoming lobbyists that just took effect last year. Wow, reform. Illinoisans deserve to be able to trust their elected officials aren't being influenced by campaign contributions. Democratic Senator Laura Murphy of Des Plaines, who proposed the bill, said in a statement, government officials should serve the people, not their own financial interests. You know, downstate has basically abolished red light cameras, speed cameras. I don't know why they aren't doing it up. Well, I know why they're not doing it up here yet. But if it's good for downstate, it's good for us.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah. Among those voting yes on the bill in the Senate was Chicago Democrat Senator Emil Jones III, who last year was hit with federal bribery charges, alleging he took $5,000 from a red light camera company executive to kill legislation requiring traffic studies for automated camera systems that lied to federal agents about it. There's your example right there. Jones has pleaded not guilty. He won re-election in November in an uncontested race because, of course, he did. It's uncontested.
Yeah, you know what this tells me? It tells me that they already have a mechanism in place to get around the thing that they're banning right now.
Yeah. Now, Kathy mentions in the chat, appeal it. I did at $1,000 for an attorney to help me appeal it properly before a judge. Then sue. Honey, do you know how much money you need to file a lawsuit unless you find a lawyer to take it on contingency? I wish I could. In fact, I took my story to Romanucci and Blandin, one of the big high-powered firms here in Chicago that works with citizens to abolish red light cameras. And Romanucci and Blandin told me to file this appeal in which I had an attorney help me. I was going to be part of their class action, Kathy. And I hired the attorney because, you know, I needed to follow procedure, and I'm not a lawyer. But the attorney quite admirably helped me with it and got the second judge to appeal the second contested ticket. And I went back to Romanucci and Blandin and I said, look, I've established, what do they call it? Precedent. Great. Unfortunately, because you were successful, you can't be part of the class action because now you don't have any damages.
You don't have standing anymore.
I don't have standing.
Yeah.
They encouraged me to file. I think that maybe they assumed I wasn't going to win. I don't know how that could have helped their case, but my effort actually helped establish precedent. Then, unfortunately, I think that they were maybe not. Maybe they weren't the ones that took it to that other judge, because there was a lot of effort in Chicago in the legal community to challenge this stuff based a lot on what I talked about earlier. But I was at $1,000, right? And then, you know, the judge was told to overturn anybody or to rule that no, a photograph should identify the make, which is clearly bullshit. It's just such bullshit to protect themselves from being able to continue to fleece people and not follow the same letter of the law they want everybody else to follow. File is indigent, but I'm not. You have to prove you're indigent, Kathy. I'm not indigent. But I mean, I appreciate your. I mean, I took it as far as I could. Then I'm like, hey, man, you know, I fought the law and the law won. Ultimately, in the end, with any other tickets I contested after that, as well as all the other people who followed my form letter that I shared on the Beat Your Romcam Facebook page with my precedent. Anyway, back to the article. Jones pled not guilty. In 2019, a federal raid on the State House office of Jones's former Senate colleague, Chicago Democrat Martin Sandoval, led to Sandoval pleading guilty to a bribery charge and agreeing to cooperate with prosecutors. Sandoval died in late 2020 of COVID-19 complications. On and on and on and on. I know it's getting late. It's 11 o'clock. I know it's going to get past Ed's bedtime. We have some fun stuff at the tail end of the show here, so I'm going to get past this article. We've spent enough time on it. Hopefully a step in the right direction. We'll see. Now, we wanted to briefly talk about updates with the WGA strike.
Oh, before that, though, we got a $1 super chat tip from Kathy Powers. So that apparently is working again. That's nice. That's good to know.
I did notice Oh, by the way, Ed, guess what I set up this week?
What'd you set up, Jerry?
We finally have a bank account to forward our super chats and Patreon donations to.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. We got to talk about merch then.
Yes, we do.
Maybe not tonight because I may pass out but we do need to have this conversation because I want to get the merch going again.
Yeah. We are set up at the Devon Bank, a community bank under our Chicago Corner LLC worker-owned co-op.
Oh, why don't you just give everybody the account number and routing while we're at it, Jerry?
Well, while I set up the account, Ed, I asked my banker, a very nice young lady named Karina, do you guys have a marketing person here? Because she was asking me all these questions about our account. What's it for? At which point I'm just like, I'm not laundering drug money, honey. But, they ask you so many really, really invasive questions about your business because of bank laws and, wanting to prevent laundering. And I said, no, I do a YouTube show. And, how much do you expect to come into this business account for lucky $34 a month, maybe more?
Did she ask you anything about frozen chicken wings?
No. No.
Okay.
But I said, as we were talking about this, and I said, it's a little YouTube channel. I said, though, we're looking for sponsors. Do you have a marketing person here at the Devon Bank that I could talk to perhaps offer promotional consideration or see if it's a community bank? I came here to bank because I was sick of Chase and Wells Fargo and all these big criminal organizations. My grandmother banked here. I remember when I was a kid, she'd walk a block as I do now because I live in the same building. I want to support a community bank. So she gave me we'll see it. I got the marketing person there. It would be really cool to be able to promote a community bank like the Devon Bank that we're set up at because I trust them. They're not one of these big conglomerates and they're good people over there. So, but anyway, yeah, we're all set up. So this next step in our financial evolution to try to, funnel funds to our activities and our infrastructure here is finally back on track. So to the article on the WGA. Reason I wanted to share this article was because of its relation to the sudden emergence of what we're seeing on social media with AI technology.
Yeah.
This is pretty crazy. Okay. Now the article from Variety, can you pull this link up, Ed?
Oh yeah, let me pull that up.
I know it's getting late. We'll wrap this up by 11:30 if you can stay up a little late for the weekend. All right, so Variety reports how the WGA decided to harness but not ban artificial intelligence, which is a big concern in this strike, and how the studios can afford not to pay writers a fair living wage because now AI is supposedly doing it. Inside the working group talks that formed the Guild's proposals to tame the AI threat. Last summer, Von Robichaud ran for the board of directors of the Writers Guild of America West. Out of 17 candidates, he was the only one who raised a concern about artificial intelligence in his campaign statement. As far as I know, this issue is not on the radar of anyone else running for the board, and while I might sound like a paranoid lunatic talking about it today, in 10 years, I'm confident you'll be glad I brought it up now, he said. He did not win. AI has since become the hottest topic in the creative economy, spurred by the release of models like Stable Diffusion last August and ChatGPT in November. Across disciplines, graphic design, animation, acting, music writing, artists are terrified of being replaced by robots. That might sound crazy, but not so much when you see an example I'm going to share with you after we talk about these developments in the writer's strike. I think they're right to be concerned, said Bruce Schneer, a lecturer in cybersecurity at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Things are changing so fast that things that were true 3 months ago aren't true today. I was following a podcast. I forgot which host, but they were talking about those that were involved in helping create AI, computer AI, are now warning at how fast it's developing that it could go out of control the way James Cameron predicted in the Terminator movies. At a certain point, when you keep fueling this, AI can reach not true organic sentience, but certainly artificial sentience. And then it starts to make decisions beyond the whims and expectations of its creators.
It learns to lie, it learns to deceive, and for the things that it can't do itself, it learns how to convince humans to do things for it.
AI
you should be freaked out by that. Yeah.
Well, when you see, so what we're going to share in a little while is actually more humorous, but it shows like the first step towards what Justine Bateman, who is the, believe the current president of SAG, warned against in some tweets that I'm also going to share after we get through this article real quickly. AI has since become the hottest topic in the creative economy, spurred by the release of models like Stable Diffusion last August and ChatGPT across. Okay, so I think they're right to be concerned. AI has also become a central issue in the writer strike, displacing more familiar fears like the rise of streaming and the decline of residuals. Writers on the picket lines fear that movie studios will use AI to write scripts, either in whole or in part, diminishing the role of writers or even making the job obsolete. The corporations will push us all into extinction if they can, said Chap Taylor, a screenwriter and professor at New York University. The AI issue is life and death, he said. That's the one that turns us into the makers of buggy whips. You think he's crazy? Give us a moment till I share what Justine Bateman shared. Though he did not win his election, Robichaud was partly responsible for pushing AI into the center of the conversation after his defeat. He was approached and invited to join the Guild's AI working group. Many of the writers in the group worked on sci-fi shows and had a deep interest in technology and computer science. Over several months of Zoom meetings, they crafted what would become the WGA proposals on artificial intelligence, the framework of regulations that would be presented in the studios during collective bargaining. Look, artificial intelligence being integrated into the creative workforce is like automation being integrated into the automotive industry. You're replacing working people who've got these in their heads and their limbs to do the work because AI doesn't cost anything beyond its development costs. Or in automation, you create the robots that do the work for you with constructing the cars and stuff. Those proposals began with an appreciation for both the threat and possibilities of AI. They did not seek to outlaw it. Instead, they focused on protecting screenwriters from economic harm while allowing them the freedom to use AI if they wanted to. The framework was fundamentally optimistic, holding that AI could be both constrained and harnessed for good. I don't think you can ban a tool, said John Rogers, another member of the group. What we're saying is use it as a tool. What they were trying to do was ambitious. They were trying to coax multi-billion-dollar corporations to accept their vision of the future and to swear off competing visions. Their only leverage was the threat of a strike. Getting to yes would also take more than just leverage. It would take a healthy amount of communication, sophistication, and trust. But after weeks of talks in March and April, the AI conversation dissolved in mutual suspicion and misunderstanding. When they called the strike, WGA leaders said that the studios refused to rule out using AI in the future. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, the organization that bargains on the studio's behalf, has not denied that. But in their proposal, the writers aren't ruling it out either. At this stage, it's not clear whether AI will be helpful or legally permissible in screenwriting, but if it passes those tests, it's hard to imagine that it wouldn't be used. The real question may be on whose terms. And let me share with you the terms that are concerning people now. If we get the right window up here. Okay. So here is the first tweet from Justine Bateman. Oh, I see. It wants to open. Hang on a second, guys. Let's stop this screen. Stop this screen. and present this screen. Stand by, guys. Sorry. Okay. Here's Justine Bateman's first tweet. Very, very interesting. She says, SAG actors. So this is crossing over from WGA now into SAG, and why SAG and WGA have to really align on this. I want to talk about AI and how it will affect you. I'm a former SAG board member and former SAG negotiating committee member. I'm also WGA and DGA, Directors Guild of America. As a coder and someone with a computer science degree, I want to tell you where I believe AI is going. I got to share the next screen. I have to figure out this slideshow function you told me about, Ed, because Brave is a little bit different. But here's the next screen. She continues. AI-written scripts and digitally scanned actors, image and or voice, both already exist. Some talent agencies are actively recruiting their clients to be scanned. You choose the projects and get 75 cents on the dollar. Your digital image can be triple and quadruple booked, so that bodes well for the 10%er. Number 2, films customized for a viewer based on their viewing history, which has been collected for many years. Actors will have the option to have their image bought out to be used in anything at all. Mm-hmm. Going on to her third tweet, which I have to stop this screen and bring up.
This is crazy because years ago, back when I was working in a freelance group that was producing a virtual character, where we would actually film a real person, and we were going to create like a digital product that was a digital version of her. This was before AI really took off. This is like, we were coming up with an actual script written by a human, mostly me, of possible things that this digital version of the character would say. And we started talking about how celebrities are going to start needing to have digital likeness rights types clauses written into their contracts. And I saw this coming.
This was with Lucasfilm is basically, I think, on the forefront with all of their actors for their tentpole series like Harrison Ford. I mean, Carrie Fisher used to joke about how she basically signed the rights to her likeness away, for the Star Wars movies, that they digitally recreated her for Rogue One.
So, and there's Justine Bateman basically talking about that.
And she continues.
Because it exists right now.
Yeah. Jerry, remember how I proposed that actors may need to copyright their likeness? Because if they have. I'm forgetting which actor was all excited about the fact that he was going to do a deal to give his rights away. But Justine Bateman goes on to say, to share, number 3, films ordered up by the viewer. For example, I want a film about a panda and a unicorn who saved the world in a rocket ship and put Bill Murray in it. 4, viewers getting digitally scanned themselves and paying extra to have themselves inserted in these custom films. 5, licensing deals made with studios so that viewers can order up older films like Star Wars and put their face on Luke Skywalker's body and their ex-wife's face on Darth Vader's body. 4, we're going to the 4th tweet now. And remember, she stated in her original tweet that she's a coder and someone who has a computer science degree. So she knows what she's talking about. This is not all speculation. So going to the 4th round. Come on, man. Sorry, Ed. I know you're tired.
I was looking at something else. Somebody had tweeted out a fake digital ad that he had made with actor Ryan Reynolds, basically advertising for Tesla, and he's since deleted the tweet. But it was basically he's introducing Ryan Reynolds' first commercial with Tesla or something, and I retweeted and said, introducing Kevin and Tesla's first AI lawsuit featuring Ryan Reynolds.
It's demonstrative of what she's talking about. Yep.
I'm because there's no way he gave them permission to do this. And it's you were doing the proof of concept thing. Did you even think through the possibility that this was totally illegal?
Unethical. Yeah,
unethical.
So Justine Bateman continues. Number 6, training an AI program on an older hits TV series and creating an additional season. Family Ties, for example, which she was on, has 167 episodes. An AI program could easily be trained on this and create an 8th season. We only shot 7. AI has to be addressed now or never. I believe this is the last time any labor action will be effective in our business. If we don't make strong rules now, they simply won't notice if we strike in 3 years, because at that point, they won't need us. And her 5th point. As I remove this and bring up the last screen. Stop that screen. Present this screen. Come on. Okay, last one. She finishes. Addendum. Actors, you must have ironclad protection against the AI use of your image and voice in the SAG, MBA, or your profession is finished. Demand it from SAG-AFTRA and do not accept any AMTP proposal that does not have it. Ed, can you get the video queued up while I finish Justine Bateman's last statement?
Yeah, I got it.
Needless to say, no IATSE crew members, no Teamster drivers, and no DGA directors will be needed. If you start doing AI, the entire industry will be knocked out. At first, these efforts will be run by software project managers, and eventually even they won't be needed. Now, you think we're kidding? I came across this video. Now, it's not motion animation, but this clip called President Evil 4, which is a spoof of the Resident Evil movies, I believe, or video games. I'm not sure which. I decided to AI generate several of our more current presidents banding together to fight a zombie apocalypse. Okay? The voices are, I'll let you all be the judges. You enjoy this, Ed. Go ahead and run the video. These are AI-generated images and voices and scripting, I believe.
I was in the forest looking to see the trees.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Bill Clinton? Where the hell have you been?
I'm sorry, Mr. Trump. Let's take down the Illuminati together and put an end to this.
$69 Special Forces device turns men into beasts.
Already.
It emulates 54,000 crunches in 20 minutes and builds an incredible six-pack up to 10 times faster than regular exercise. It was created by Captain James Snipe, a 31-year-old Special Forces officer and a bioengineer.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy. I will take down every last one of those Illuminati fucks. I'm going to drain the swamp.
Come with me to the armory. You can choose what to take with you.
Wow, there's so many guns in here. I don't even know where to start. What about this one?
That's a prototype. I wouldn't use it. You'll blow your hand off.
Well, I think I'll just take a drink then first. I'm exhausted.
Take your time. I've been monitoring the Illuminati for decades, but they never seemed like they would do something like this. Something else.
Nobody
must be going
drew
on.
or
Perhaps
painted
a
these
higher
images,
power.
everybody.
Like demons or aliens
Somebody
or something?
gave AI the instructions.
Nice. This quick
create
charger
these
is awesome,
images.
by the way. Best I've ever seen.
It only has 2 more charges left. Use them wisely. As for the higher power, I don't have a clue on what it could be. All I know is this. Mankind must put an end to the virus, or the virus will put an end to mankind.
Now, what do we have here? A high explosive grenade? This will come in handy.
Good choice. Frags aren't that useful against zombies.
Is this like a rocket launcher or something? Maybe they might call me Rocket Man.
That's too heavy. Find something else.
Now, this is an American masterpiece.
Don't forget to bring some for your friends as well.
I'll take some more medkits too.
I've contacted the last of my allies. We will be launching a counterattack on the Illuminati today. Regroup with your allies. I will be there shortly after I put Melania to rest.
Hopefully they're still alive.
They are. Trust me.
Looks like this area is clear of zombies. But I see some headed this way from afar. Better let the others know.
Can you pause it for a second, Ed?
Thank God. The Clintons are like...
Okay, so somebody told this AI program, I want you to create images of the presidents, and I want the storyline to be the presidents fighting zombies, and I want their I mean, there is AI that can actually create, like, it's expensive and it's more more intensive than most people's home processing computers can handle. But Hollywood has the budget for that. These still images, though, are all AI generated, as are the voices, and I believe most of the script beyond what the creator fed AI and said, give me this movie. These presidents, specifically Kennedy, Trump, Biden, Obama, the Clintons, Elon Musk, and these are the parameters of what I want you to provide me in the audio. So let's keep playing. I mean, it's funny, but it is a little bit frightening.
Mortal. What's with all the bodies? We don't do cremation this early.
What are you talking about? Cremation?
Are you all right, Bill? How did you get here without noticing The Walking Dead?
What's going on here? Something feels off.
I came here to tell you guys about the end. Nobody's going to survive this. I just killed over 300 of these sons of bitches. I'm surviving. I have to give Beau Biden a better Christmas present than tape.
Yo, Donald, welcome back.
Is that an assault rifle? We should ban it.
What up, Trump?
You're not banning my assault rifle, Biden. Come here, guys. I have some supplies.
Now, this is more like it. I was just joking about banning your assault rifle, Trump.
I'll show you the power of a black president. On steroids.
Now, this is what I call a Tesla upgrade. Thanks, Trump.
Oh, God.
Son of a gun. He spotted me. Damn those Clintons.
What the fuck? Is that Bill Clinton?
What the fuck? Is that John F. Kennedy?
What the fuck? Is that Elon Musk?
Are you serious right now?
I'm just kidding, Elon.
He's getting away. Bill Clinton is part of the Illuminati, and we need to stop him.
Is this true, Trump?
Yes. It's because of him that Melania is dead.
Melania is dead? I'm so sorry, Trump.
My condolences.
Damn. I'm sorry, dude. Let's take him down. Together. As 5.
You 5 won't be taking down anyone else today.
Crooked Hillary, light her up, boys.
Cover me. I'm reloading.
Hold your fire. Look at her. She has taken no damage.
Okay.
No, let her finish your statement here. Come on,
There's
Andy.
nowhere to run, Trump. I have waves of zombies surrounding this building as we speak. You're trapped.
Well, Crooked Hillary, you just made a mistake. And you know what? Speaking of traps, this trap's got a great big mistake here. A great big giant mistake. Biggest mistake I've ever seen.
What mistake would that be?
You trust me, Obama?
Yeah.
You trust me, JFK?
I trust you, Donald.
You trust me, Joe Biden?
Yeah, whatever.
3 more words incoming.
I'm about to do something incredibly stupid and dangerous. And when I do, run.
Run where?
Run as fast as you can. On my signal.
What signal?
You won't miss it.
Excuse me, Trump. You mentioned a mistake I made.
A big, big mistake. Really huge mistake. Didn't anybody ever tell you there's one thing you never put in a trap? If you're smart, if you value your continued existence, if you have any plans about seeing tomorrow, there's one thing you never, ever put in a trap.
And what would that be, Donald?
Me. You're fired, bitch.
Ow, you hit me right in the pussy.
That last speech is basically taken from a Doctor Who episode, which explains why they had the music running from Doctor Who. But yeah,
we don't have to see anymore. Look, man, the only thing the AI got wrong is that Donald Trump isn't that smart. Although he can't appeal to the his brain dead zombie followers.
That and the Kennedy impression sounded a little off.
But the value is in John F. Kennedy teaming up with all these.
Yes.
Do you trust me, Obama? Oh my God, it's the Illuminati. Clintons are part of the Illuminati. It's funny. But okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, that's a view of the AI entertainment landscape in the future. And Hollywood has got the computers and the processors to animate that shit. Get rid of writers. That's an example of whoever the creator was. I want these four presidents and Hillary Clinton. It's a zombie apocalypse. I want a couple things to happen. The AI writes the script, samples the voices to create the voiceovers, and literally digitally paints all of the images to basically tell that story, sampling images of all of the principal historical
and clearly sampling scripts from other shows. So
yeah.
It's the thing we should be glad about, at least in the short term, is that AI really isn't smart enough to write good stories.
Right.
And we're gonna, because And it's fairly clear that whoever's running DC right now is probably using AI to make their motion picture decisions right now.
I was about to say, Ed, unfortunately, I don't know if it's the writers or the showrunners who are telling the writers what to write, at which point the writers don't have a whole lot of control. But so much of the writing in a lot of shows is pretty shitty and substandard as it is. I would blame that on the showrunners, though, not the writers. The writers take the orders from the showrunners, the producers, the creators. But so yeah, in some cases, AI couldn't do worse than some of the writing out there, short of stuff, quality stuff created by really. I think we're in a new age of television with some real, really amazing creators and showrunners like Vince Gilligan with the Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul series, or there are good shows, but there are a lot of shitty shows too that I think AI might actually write a little bit better than, which is the danger.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I've kind of been predicting what AI shows are going to probably be going forward. I mean, the last time we had a big writers' strike, that created reality TV.
Right.
This time around, I'm predicting that we're going to get some really, really weird AI written game shows. It's going to be, AI is going to come up with some really bizarre circumstances for game shows, and that they're going to try to produce those things. And we're going to see some really weird television.
Yeah. That's a very good, you know what, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, though we have differing opinions quite often, it usually ends up that Ed is right and I'm wrong. But I don't have really an opinion here. I think Ed's got good insight into the future as far, as we reflect on what happened with reality shows during the last strike. And the big threat right now maybe they're not going to rely on AI completely to create motion pictures, but game shows. I mean, that's the first step.
Yeah, because what you're going to see is the guys running the TV shows, the executives, are going to start telling AI what they want. And instead of having to filter it through writers and producers and people who know how to reinterpret an executive's thoughts into actually real good shows, the AI doesn't know how to discern that right now. So it's just going to basically literally interpret the things that these executives want and then construe it into something truly, truly bizarre and entertaining.
Art makes a comment that I did reflect on, given how hard it is for me to raise money for my feature film. God, is it hard to find people to believe in you and recognize you've got a viable, really, really special script and project that's won awards, our screenplay. But Art shares, AI will be used by the common man to make their own content. We will make feature films over the weekend. That's fine, Art. I think that's great, but that's not where all of the moneymakers in Hollywood, they're going to, no. Yeah, you make your little films at home, and we're going to make the big budget things with the licensed likenesses of actors or unlicensed images because they didn't sign, they forgot to sign off that they didn't want themselves reused. And we can just do whatever the hell we want and make a lot of money off of it. So while no one's being employed, and an entire production crew is wiped out.
Yeah, you got to recognize AI as the tool that it is. I mean, I already got notifications from my Adobe Creative Cloud that they have an AI module for generating things in Photoshop and whatever. And I'm like, okay, it's already begun. It's gotten to the point where they're going to make it so easy for people to use AI that it's going to be impossible for us to operate in this world without interfacing with it in one way or another. They're already using it in the loan industry, if you haven't noticed, just with all people trying to figure out how to refinance their debt. I personally have been trying to find that and discovered that one of the platforms online is basically it's able to function and make money by using AI for most of its loan finding functions. And so it's going to be unavoidable.
I've seen promotions on Facebook. I don't know if they're promotions, but references or stories about applications that are encouraging people to create their AI girlfriend in an app. I'm like, why? What? It's not a real person. Are you that? I mean, look, a lot of us, don't have social lives, and certainly we'd like company, but it's like, that's ridiculous. Where's it going to go? Why would you even think that's any kind of an option? I guess that they're preying upon a lot. They're hoping to prey on a lot of lonely people who are not able to socially engage and make an industry out of that next.
Yeah, well, and I'm sure there's already an industry in other countries. I'm sure Japan has stuff like that already. Wasn't there a movie? Was it called Her? I think with the voice of what's her name? The voice of what's her name? From Avengers.
Scarlett Johansson.
It wasn't Scarlett Johansson. The voice of an AI in a movie where she's basically a virtual girlfriend or something.
And is that the one that starred Joaquin Phoenix? Because I think he was in some like virtual relationship movie also.
I didn't see the movie, but I remember the promos.
Let's look it up real quick. I'm just curious if it's the same movie.
So it's like that the premises already exist in sci-fi for virtual companions or robot companions and all that other stuff. I mean, some people may remember an old movie called Cherry 2000. These things, these concepts exist, and so now that AI is actually started, and people are starting to actually wake up to the possibility that it really is a potential and existential threat to how humans interact with each other in any number of ways. We really have to figure out how we're going to coexist with AI going forward.
Spike Jonze predicted it in that movie, Her, with Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson. In 2025, Los Angeles, 2 years from now,
there you go.
Theodore Twombly is a lonely, introverted man who works for a business that has professional writers compose letters for people who are unable to write letters of a personal nature themselves. Depressed because of his impending divorce from his childhood sweetheart, Catherine, Theodore purchases an operating system upgrade that includes a virtual assistant with artificial intelligence designed to adapt and evolve. He decides that he wants the AI to have a feminine voice, and she names herself Samantha. Theodore is fascinated by her ability to learn and grow psychologically. They bond over discussions about love and life, including Theodore's reluctance to sign his divorce papers. Samantha convinces Theodore to go on a blind date with a woman that a friend has been trying to set him up with. The date goes well, but when Theodore hesitates to promise to see her again, she insults him and leaves. While talking about relationships with Samantha, Theodore explains that he briefly dated his neighbor Amy in college, but they are now just friends, and Amy is married to their mutual friend Charles. After a verbal sexual encounter, Theodore and Samantha, the AI, develop a relationship that reflects positively in Theodore's writing and well-being, and in Samantha's enthusiasm to grow and learn. Amy later reveals that she's divorcing Charles after a trivial fight. She admits to Theodore that she has befriended a feminine AI that Charles left behind, and Theodore also confesses that he is dating his operating system's AI. There's more to it, but I'm like, my God, this is the direction and we're 2 years away from what this movie Her predicted, which was produced and released in 2013, 10 years ago. How about that? All right, so rounding out into the home stretch here, it's Memorial Day weekend, and Block Club Chicago has been kind enough to share 28 things. We're not going to go through all of them. It's linked in the show notes below, but I'll briefly touch upon some of the stuff that they share in the first couple paragraphs. 28 things to do, and what I was looking at, what I was distracted by, I guess LinkedIn has a limit of 4 hours. And we're past 4 hours now, so LinkedIn shut off.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was like, what's popping? I thought, oh my God, did we get a YouTube hit? Oh, no. LinkedIn is no longer streaming. All right, so 28 things to do in Chicago this weekend. Mole de Mayo, or Mole de Mayo?
It's Mole de Mayo, which actually started today.
Yes.
Down, is it Pilsen? 18th and Ashland over by there. It's moles and probably other types of Hispanic foods, music, and other stuff. I don't have the thing in front of me, but that it was moledemayo.org, I believe, was the website for that.
Let's go to the picture. Mole de Mayo, Memorial Day Parade, Randolph Street Market, and more. You can also check out the Belmont Sheffield Music Fest, a Southside Chili Cook-Off, May Festiversary, and a Star Wars burlesque comedy show.
Yes, that's been going on for a little while now. I keep threatening to go and take you to that just so we could say, oh, wow, we saw something really amazing and bizarre.
I've seen photos of the Star Wars burlesque show, and I'm sorry, but curvy women dressed up in stormtrooper helmets and Boba Fett helmets just doesn't do it for me.
Really?
Not at all. No.
Okay.
No, look at that. It's like skeletons dancing with boobs. There's nothing sexy about that. I mean, I guess there's a parody factor to it, but the only sexy thing in Star Wars was Carrie Fisher, and it needs to be left at that.
The Empire Strips Back it's a burlesque parody. I don't know. It might be funny and entertaining just to see exactly what they think that's supposed to look like.
Well, yeah. Here's my thing. Yeah. It's like a friend many years ago.
Yeah.
She wanted to take me to I think it was called the Torch Club. To see transgendered performers that were very beautiful transgendered performers. You wouldn't be able to.
These are experiences that it's like, you go once and you're like, oh, that was interesting. And it was out of the way. It was out of my normal comfort zone, but really kind of an experience that you can say, okay, I didn't hate that I went to this.
I went to a Star Wars burlesque show many years ago in Chicago. Someone invited me to, and I really wasn't interested, but I'm like, and it was like, I thought it was silly. There was nothing like attractive or exciting about dressed up like male characters. But in regards to the Torch Club, I think it was, my friend told me, well, you have to see the performers there. They're beautiful. And I'm like, Tracy, if I want to see beautiful women, I'll go to the Admiral Theater. I don't want to go to the Torch Club. I want to see real beautiful women. So, no offense to transgendered people. I understand that's their choice. That's how they see themselves. That's how they identify. That's fine. But personally, I don't see it that way. And I wouldn't find that experience exciting or interesting. So, like I said, and I never went. And it was just my choice. But much the same way, your vote. Yeah, as we're talking about the Star Wars burlesque. Burlesque is usually associated with, sexy women. Sexy teasing and stuff, and I don't see a woman wearing a stormtrooper helmet teasing me sexually as like anything that turns me on at all. So, but if you had someone dressed up as Carrie Fisher and her,
I would say odds are pretty good you're going to have Leia in the gold bikini in that burlesque show at some point.
But we saw that in the Return of the Jedi. By the way, it was the Return of the Jedi's 40th anniversary this week. Released May 25th, yesterday. A lot of chatter on social media about it. The last great Star Wars film. But anyway, talking about Star Wars. But when you did Carrie Fisher killing it as Slave Leia, killing Jabba the Hutt, her oppressor, and choking him to death, it's like, doesn't get better than that. I don't need to see. Carrie Fisher was the thing back then. So. Anyway, let's get back to the other ththings that are happening in Chicago on Memorial Day.
There's a lot of things.
A lot of things.
I mean, there's a huge list here.
Yeah. 28 things, May Festiversary, Somersault Market, Southside Memorial Day Parade, Memorial Day Jazz Festival. All of the details are in the show link, Belmont Sheffield Music Fest, Southside Chili Cook-Off, Game of Thrones Night at Logan Square Bar, Dog Friendly Market, Mole de Mayo, Queer Music in the Archives, seating giveaway, Fulton Market Fashion Show.
Apparently tomorrow is National Italian Beef Day.
I know where Ed's going to be.
I'm not going to 875 North Michigan Avenue for a free beef sandwich. I mean, I know that would be nice, but that's kind of a far jaunt just to get beef.
The Fetch Club Open House, which is a dog daycare. Author talk with Chicago music historian Mark Garino. The Empire Strips Back, a burlesque parody, Englewood Community Family Sports Day, free museum tour for children, a dope art show, freestyle art workshop, The Little Mermaid immersive screening experience at Cinema Chatham. Watch Walt Disney's Enchanting the Little Mermaid. Hear a talk from National Geographic Explorer and Fulbright alumni Elia Pierce, groove to a live DJ, et cetera, et cetera. Picnic, potluck with Sacred Roots Muslim community, walk in purpose mental health awareness. That's going to be at East 75th Street. The Walk in Purpose Project is a free mental health awareness event featuring wellness resources, entertainment, and more. There will be a display of nearly 100 pairs of shoes from past loved ones, a special dance performance, mental health providers available to talk, and more. Food and beverages will be provided. I like that one. Blind, visually impaired soccer clinics. That's another good one. Cher Cassidy Quartet concert. Michelle Clark Scholarship 5K run, walk, bike. You Are Here, a storytelling show. Billy Porter, the Black Mona Lisa Tour. Pedro the Lion Tour. Seal World Tour 2023. That's it, man. All the details, addresses, locations, and more information on these events can be found at Block Club Chicago, linked in our show notes below.
And can I share one more
Sure.
word of advice with our audience?
Yep.
And here it is.
Don't date robots.
Brought to you by
Spacepo.
That's from, what's the program called?
Futurama.
Futurama, that's right. That was produced by Matt Groening's company. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Simpsons creator. Wow, my God, we survived an entire broadcast without any technical issues.
Knock on wood.
No, we're at the end of the show, man. We did it.
We did it.
We now know not to trust Chrome. We now know Brave Browser is now the official StreamYard browser of Chicago Corner, at least on Mac operating systems running Big Sur Mac version 11.6.8. So there you go. The more you know. All right,
Yeah,
Ed.
that's interesting.
Well, you're the one who uncovered the information, Google searching it. So, and the moment I opened Chrome to read a story behind a paywall is when everything started to go to hell. No, it all went.
Hanky. What does that mean?
So, we've determined and identified the operating system problem from the lower decks of the Starship Chicago Corner. Thank you, Mr. Heller, for your service. You get to go to bed now, Ed.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to bed. I think that at a certain point you just get your second wind.
I'm going to go play Call of Duty.
So, I think, Jerry, I think maybe we should just do 3 more hours of show.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. You will stop speaking. You will stop speaking. You're full of crap. And that's the nicest thing that I can say.
I think we need AI Lori Lightfoot to come onto the show.
Oh, man.
I'm going to look into that.
Well, if it's possible,
yeah.
I mean, she'll sue the hell out of us.
No,
but,
she won't. She's a public figure.
That's true.
No.
If we can take excerpts from things that she's already said.
Well, you're basically feeding an AI system pictures of her, pictures of Rahm Emanuel, pictures of Palos Paul. God, what if we created Escape from Chicago with Lori Lightfoot, Rahm Emanuel, and Palos Paul?
And Snake Plissken.
And threw in Brandon Johnson for good measure as the real hero. Oh my God, I think we're onto something. There's the movie. We'll create it through AI. I'm going to look into this and see what software this guy did for President Evil, because maybe there's something there. We can create something really original for our little...
Well, I'm curious how much of it actually was generated and how much of it was instructions given to AI and then he had to cobble and edit it all together.
Well, maybe he had to edit stuff. I'm imagining what it did was he gave it parameters to create a story and generate the voices. They probably laid down the voice tracks, then took all of the still images that they told the AI to create to associate with the audio, and then
cut them together.
Maybe they actually had to do some manual work there, editing everything together on top of the audio track. That's how I would imagine it would be done as an editor. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's our show. We're back. No more technical problems unless RCN Astound or Comcrack Excremenfinity causes issues with either of our internet strength signals.
Yeah, at least I'm hoping that we won't have any more technical. Just kidding.
All right, man. Got any exciting plans for Memorial Day?
Well, my Memorial Day weekend was kind of up in the air. I wasn't sure if the family was getting together or not. I may do one of those things where I run over to the grocery store in the morning and grab a bunch of slabs of ribs and then just smoke them. In which case, you're more than invited, and I'm sure Art's going to want to come over.
Yeah, let us know.
And,
I got nothing going on.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to bring anything. Maybe we can turn this into a city Memorial Day weekend party gathering of all of us. What do we call ourselves? Misfits.
The News Brothers.
The News Brothers, and the Chicago conglomerate.
We have to ask Kira if she can join. She's due soon, everybody, in June, I believe.
That's right. Be Jigglypuff Jr. too.
Yeah, we'll be keeping you updated on her news, her progress there. Yeah, let's do. But I'd also, even if we come over for ribs, do it during daylight. I want to get out to like a social place and like mix and mingle with people.
That would be fun.
The weather today was so nice, and I actually got up earlier today. I'm kind of a vampire. I always do stuff at night, and I sleep late. I do my work for my clients at night, overnight, when no one can distract me. But I went out today. I'm just like, I got to just get out with my friends and go.
Or we could go down to Mole de Mayo. I hear that place is jumping. And then they got the other festival on the north side. What's it called? Is it North Market Days or whatever over there? They have Freddie Jones Band playing on. Is it Saturday or Sunday? I forget.
I didn't see. We'll have to review that list next Saturday. I have to check with my client, but she is screening her family film that I edited down at the Logan Center. South Side Logan Center. I don't know if it's an open event or a private screening. I'll have to ask her if she wants to come on and promote it. Nice lady, friend of mine from my time at Cinespace's Stage 18, independent filmmaker cooperative, Jill Ross. She has no idea I'm mentioning this. It's just like off the top of my head. But maybe if it's not a private screening, we can have her on. She can talk about it. Anybody who wants to bring their family out, their kids, to see the film that I edited for her, the feature. So, let's mark off our Brandon Bingo card. What did we add off today?
Good question. We did not yet start Council Wars 2, so we're not checking that yet. Did he help the homeless? Nothing in place yet.
He did. The chairs were approved by City Council.
Chairs got approved, so that was which one is that? Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Okay. He hasn't eaten Chicago pizza yet that I'm aware of.
And if anybody's going to be aware of it, it's going to be Ed.
Okay. Migrant support. They're still trying to get that through City Council, or at least the additional funding for that.
I love the big giant fire Dorval Carter.
Yeah.
Send Arwoody packing.
Undo a Lightfoot policy.
Plow the sidewalks. There was a story that I think you shared.
They submitted a new thing for that, but it hasn't been passed yet. So.
No, but we might be seeing that X'd off.
Yes, but not yet.
Not yet, but interesting that somebody
did we undo a Lightfoot policy yet? I don't think so.
Sure, not. I mean, I'm sure he's looking at some, but it's only his first week. Look, 2 X's in the first week.
Yeah,
it's a good start.
Pretty good.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll see if we all get together. And thank you for your support, helping me get the tech issues kinks worked out.
Sure thing.
And,
people, come find us at ChicagoCornerTV.com. You can download your own Brandon Bingo card. It also has links to our social media and all the other platforms that most of the other platforms that we're streaming on. And what else? It's got a link to our Patreon website. So if you'd like to support us, you can support us at patreon.com/Chicago Corner. And we appreciate everyone who does. If you cannot afford to financially support us, you can still support us by sharing this stream. Let people know we exist. Share this stream on on all your social media. Tell everybody, hey man, have you seen those two jagoffs on Chicago Corner? They're pretty funny, man. I mean, they talk too much about movies and pizza, but otherwise, they got a pretty solid show.
What was that one person, though, that Kira shared with us? Oh, I can't watch those guys. They're always talking over each other, interrupting you.
Yeah, I mean,
we're working on it.
I mean, yeah, clearly part of that was a technical lag, but also we have to work on our collective amounts of ADD and ADHD and being able to hold on to thoughts without, interrupting people. Because I know I'll get an idea, and if I don't write it down, I'm gonna forget, and if I do write it down, I'm not gonna be paying attention to the thing you were just talking about. It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, I mean, what it is when we think one person has finished talking, we start, but the other person hasn't finished because they're still compiling their thought. It's not about being rude or interrupting, and we have racing thoughts. We don't want to lose track of what we want to say. I think that before we end the show, I need to do a quick encore presentation of this, just because it's so goddamn funny. There we go, everybody. Enjoy.
We're in Chicago to meet the Greek American who has been rising in local politics. In fact, Paul Vallas might be the next mayor of the Windy City.
The next safe mayor or savior to the mayor?
I'm not part of the pay-to-play political culture here. Crime is rising, police department's been degraded, taxes and fees have been increased to record levels. This entire government is dominated by this pay-to-play political culture. The schools have lost 100,000 students. We have decaying infrastructure. Elected officials achieve public office, and then they make money on the side. The city is in a severe financial crisis. I think what my Greek heritage has given me is a couple things. First of all, the work ethic. We don't retire. My father worked until he was over 80. Greeks thrive.
They're also really, really stubborn, which is why this guy's been a thorn in Chicago's ass for so long.
In every community, we adapt. We are accepting. I grew up in a house where I never heard a racial slur or an ethnic slur.
A little familiar, right?
I am, of course.
Well, man. They got all the money. They don't want a candidate like me running.
I already know you did a good job in the school system.
Okay? Hey, thank you, buddy. Be safe, all right? My wife was a police officer. My children were public servants. We're a family of public servants. It made me even more determined to run for public office because I felt there was more to do.
His name is Paul Vallas. He's running for
Thank
mayor.
you, Jimmy.
I'm running for 3 reasons. There's no candidate for mayor who has my ability to go in to the toughest of financial situations. I've done this in 4 different states. I've done this abroad in countries like Haiti and Chile. I've balanced 17 multi-billion-dollar budgets. I was the city budget director in the 90s during a period of financial stability and economic prosperity. So I know how to run the city.
Into the ground.
Exactly.
Smells. That's why I'm running. That's why I believe I'm the strongest candidate. And I'm going to thank you for the privilege of participating today.
Financial wizard who's going to save Chicago.
Was it that tough to get into politics today? People are thinking politically and not in terms of
It's like he just rolled out of bed. You got my check. All right, let's roll this motherfucker.
Service and solution. And Paul is a service and solution man. I have enormous respect for Paul. What he's got is that will of service. It's everything that we miss in politics today. Where there was no system to build that foundation begins with a Paul Vallas.
You dick!
Oh, that was fun to edit. All right, Ed. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for joining and supporting me tonight as I captain the ship. To everybody else out there in Chicago, what are you sitting around here for? It's Memorial Day weekend. Get out. Enjoy yourselves. Have fun. Be safe. Stay vigilant. Watch out for each other. And remember, if it's happening on the streets, you hear about it here on Chicago Corner. Please make sure to tune in next Tuesday when we will finally be able to return without technical difficulties to entertain you, amuse you, inform you, and have a great time with all of you in the live chat. We really, really appreciate your participation in the show. So thanks for joining us. Please, as you go into the Memorial Day weekend, stay safe, Chicago. Adios. Where's Oreo? Well, he probably says goodnight too. Good night, everybody.
Ah! Oh, fuck this noise, man.
Get out and don't come back until you've redeemed yourselves.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent. If you would like to be a guest on Chicago Corner, please email our host, Jerry, at chicagocorner.tv.